welcome to Mudding with BEAGS. This is episode 7 of Mudding with BEAGS Live. I'm your host, BEAGS, and riding shotgun with me tonight is Ozbeast, and he's in Australia, and he's going to be taking any questions that you may have that are on topic tonight. Just put your questions in the chat, and he will put them in the private chat so I can check them later. And the topic tonight is exclusively the Boston Back Bay, and not Boston as a whole or as a city, just the Back Bay area, the neighborhood called the Back Bay. So welcome, Ozbeast.
Hey, how you going?
Pretty good.
Pretty good show.
I think we'll get right into it and see where we can go with this. Thank you for helping me out again tonight. And like I said, if you have any questions, put them in the chat. We're going to stay on topic tonight. I've got a lot to go over. So basically, the Back Bay is a neighborhood that is in Boston, and it's a very interesting neighborhood with a very interesting history. And we're going to look at the history of it first, so that we can, I can give you an idea as to where I'm going with this. If you know the official history, then you'll be like, well, wait, how in the world could that be mud flooded? And that's where I come in. Basically, this all started with a video that I did a couple years ago. It was my Cheers Mudflood tour of the Beacon Hill neighborhood. And the Beacon Hill neighborhood is right next door to the Back Bay. And so after I looked at the Beacon Hill neighborhood, I wanted to continue looking at Boston, and I wanted to take it section by section. And then I learned that the Back Bay, which is right next door, is a very interesting location for our research, because the official story is that the Back Bay was once a bay, that it was water, and that they came in and filled it in and built on top of it in the 1800s, middle 1800s. And so when I heard that, of course, all the official stories are, horse manure. So I went and I looked into the Back Bay. And when I looked, everything I was seeing looks exactly like everything else we're seeing across the world that looks mud flooded. So I wanted to look deeper into the neighborhood. And I have had in the past probably a bad habit of sharing my ideas with people. And that has kind of been an issue. So I've kind of had people take my ideas and run with them. And so I'm learning that basically, the old adage, don't cast pearls before swine, is true. Not saying that certain people are swine. It's just the idea is that you don't throw good information, good data, good truth, important information in front to other people that aren't ready to use it. And so I need to learn that lesson. And then there's another adage that says, if you want something done right, do it yourself. And so that's where I am tonight. Tonight we're going to do Boston Back Bay neighborhood. And I think we'll start off with I've got a video here that's going to discuss the Boston Back Bay, so we can learn a little bit about that. So let's watch that right now.
Hi, I'm Anthony Sammarco, and I'm the author of Lost Boston. Today we're standing on Beacon Street, the old mill dam that connected Boston and Brookline. In the early part of the 19th century, you had to realize that Boston, which was an 800-acre peninsula, was actually only connected to the mainland at what was called the Neck, that area of what is present-day Washington Street in Boston's South End that connected Boston to Roxbury. But during the period of the early 19th century, people wanted a second land route. And the concept was that they would actually build a mill dam that would connect what is today Charles Street to what is today Kenmore Square in what was basically a mill dam, or a dam that dammed the Charles River. Today, what we know of as the flat of Beacon Hill, that area that's between Charles Street and what is today the Embankment Road, is a great example in some ways of filled land, much of that land having come from the cutting down of Beacon Hill. But we also saw the 24-acre Boston Public Garden being developed and opened in 1837. Again, that was reclaimed from the marshes of the Back Bay. The infilling itself was complete, and a horticultural garden was opened. Beginning in the early 1840s and the 1850s, the south end of Boston was actually begun to be infilled. And because they were so successful in the infilling of this and creating new man-made land that could be developed not just for residential, but ecclesiastical and institutional development, they envisioned the Back Bay as something that could also be actually created. The marshes of the Back Bay were over 550 acres. And it went from what is today Arlington Street all the way to Muddy River, which actually divided Boston and Brookline. Because the mill dam had dammed the Charles River and there was no longer a tidal flow on a daily basis, the marshes of the Back Bay began to stagnate. And by stagnating, it was not only something that became a public health menace, but it actually had a terrible aroma, which was called a noxious effluvia. And by the period of 1859, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts had hired a man by the name of John Souther. Souther had made his claim to fame in the sugar plantations of Cuba, but he actually owned the Globe Locomotive Works, which was located in South Boston. And during that period of time, he invented what was called the Souther steam shovel. It not only dredged the Back Bay marshes, but it was also to dredge the hills of Needham, Massachusetts. For the Commonwealth acquired over 12 acres of rocky hills in the area of what is today Gould Street in Needham, which would actually be leveled with the soil being brought to the Back Bay 24 hours a day, 6 days a week by gondola cars. But in that instance, it brought soil that would be then dumped on a spring action into the marshes of the Back Bay. But it was something you had to realize, that the area itself was owned by 3 different entities. It wasn't just the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, but it was also the City of Boston and the City of Roxbury. By the period of the 1860s, the new envisioned neighborhood, known as Boston's Back Bay, would be something that went west from Arlington Street through Berkeley Street, Clarendon, Dartmouth, Exeter, Fairfield, Gloucester, Hereford, and eventually Massachusetts Avenue. And this was the premier planned, man-made neighborhood of Boston. It was a quintessential Victorian neighborhood of New England, but it was something in some ways with architects and city designers that created one of the most cohesive units of residential development in the mid to late 19th century. During that period of time, one had to realize that the Back Bay itself, which not just had architect-designed row houses, but also some of the most impressive churches in the entire Boston area, as well as new institutions that went the gamut, from the Natural History Museum, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, the Museum of Fine Arts, the Boston Public Library, and a plethora of other buildings that actually defined what basically was Victorian Boston.
Okie dokie. So that gives you a little history on the Back Bay. And I'm going to show you another video. This is a very well done map tutorial explaining the Back Bay. So this is really important. I want you to pay very close attention to the mappage on here so you can understand where we're looking at and why this area supposedly was underwater and is now filled in. So this will help you with that.
One of the most fascinating and overlooked aspects of Boston is how much the landform has changed. What you experience today is over 50% landfill. Places you walk, such as the area around Faneuil Hall, were actually part of the harbor when Boston was founded in 1630. When the first visitors arrived, they found a salamander-shaped hilly peninsula formed by erosion at the end of the last ice age. Called Shawmut by the Native Americans, it was only 2 miles long and 1 mile wide. Its only connection to the mainland was the narrow, windswept Boston Neck, which often flooded and was impassable during stormy weather. During the siege of Boston, the British troops were blockaded in what was effectively an island, without adequate food or firewood. The peninsula was dominated by 3 hills: Copp's Hill in the north end, Beacon Hill, which used to have 3 peaks and was twice as high, and Fort Hill, which was located in today's financial district. Today's Boston was created by a series of land reclamation projects, which started soon after the Puritans arrived. You can see the actual 1630 water line marked in the pavement near the Samuel Adams statue behind Faneuil Hall. The most significant landfill projects took place between 1807 and about 1900. Much of the land for the early projects came from the leveling of Beacon Hill's peaks and Fort Hill. The largest project, and one of the most amazing engineering projects of its day, was the filling in of the Back Bay, which spanned the generations between 1856 and 1894. For that project, gravel was transported in from the suburbs on a specially built train line.
Okay, so that should help with understanding the location and what it actually looked like pre-fill and after the fill. Like I said, what I think is that, in a nutshell, that this area was not filled in by us, but I think it's very possible that it was filled in the past. So we're going to continue looking at some of these videos, give you a good idea of the history of the area. This next part is this is Copley Square. This is in the Back Bay, and it is on the edge of the neighborhood area that we're focusing on today. So I'm going to include this in the research tonight.
Hi, I'm Anthony Sammarco. I'm the author of Lost Boston. Today we're actually visiting Copley Square in the Back Bay of Boston. This thriving crossroads, which is the junction of what is today Boylston Street and Dartmouth Street, has since 1860 been an area that has been developed as an open public space. But during the period of the 1860s and 1870s, it would be developed for what was called the Peace Jubilee Building. This was an enormous structure at the corner of what is today St. James Avenue and Dartmouth Street that was built to have musicals. The musicals were important because it was thought that after the Civil War, the North and the South could actually be reconciled through music. And in that instance, this enormous woodshed was built, which could seat 100,000 people, and all forms of music would take place, including the Anvil Chorus, which had 100 firemen hammering out on anvils the tune. The whole concept was that Copley Square itself was envisioned as an open space within the new Back Bay. The Back Bay between 1859 and the time of World War I would be infilled, and 570 acres of the marshland would actually be used to create both a residential, industrial, and ecclesiastical area that today is one of the premier neighborhoods of the city of Boston. In the 19th century, though, Copley Square would be developed not just with Trinity Church, the oldest Episcopal place of worship in Boston. It was designed by H.H. Richardson of the firm of Gambrell and Richardson, and it was actually built in its first phase in 1877. Originally, Trinity was downtown. It was destroyed in the Great Boston Fire of 1872, and they had already purchased land here in the Back Bay for their new place of worship. But the area would also see tremendous development with not just the museum, but S.S. Pierce and Company, built in 1887 and designed by S. Edwin Toby. Directly behind me is the Copley Plaza Hotel. Built in 1912 and designed by Henry Hardenberg, it was one of the most elegant hotels to have ever been built in Boston. But the original site of this hotel was the Museum of Fine Arts. The museum had been founded in 1870 by a group of benefactors, and they actually commissioned Sturgis and Brigham to build a new museum. Originally, it was only a quarter of what it would eventually be in size, but it was opened on July 4th of 1876, and the museum was not only something that proclaimed that Boston had culture, but it also had wonderful pieces of art that were donated by Bostonians. But the whole idea was that the Museum of Fine Arts in the 1870s and 1880s also gave its name to this area, and it was known as Art Square until 1883, when it would be renamed for John Singleton Copley. Copley, probably one of the best artists that ever came out of Boston, was not only a wonderful portrait painter, but he himself lived on Beacon Hill. Directly behind me is New Old South Church. This is a church that was actually on Washington Street at the corner of Milk Street in downtown Boston. But in the 1870s, they purchased a lot of land at the corner of Boylston and Dartmouth Street, and they commissioned the noted architectural firm of Cummings and Sears to build their new place of worship. Because it had been known as the Old South Meeting House, their new place of worship was New Old South Church. But the concept was, in the 1890s, the building of the new Boston Public Library directly behind me was a major feature. It was again another anchor to what is basically Copley Square. It was built on Dartmouth Street between, as we know, Huntington Avenue and Boylston Street. But the building of the Boston Public Library, designed by McKim, Mead & White, was a major feature. And directly above the door it says, "Free to all," something that made people realize that whomever you were, wherever you had come from, whether you were a Boston Brahmin or the child of an immigrant, it was something that actually was for you. In many ways, Copley Square itself would evolve throughout the 20th century as a major crossroads, and we'd see not just residents, but also places of worship, schools, and also institutions. Today, Copley Square is a wonderful area that brings people, not just Bostonians, but tourists alike, to actually visit all of the gems and treasures of Boston.
Alrighty, guys and gals, stick with me. We got to go through this history and figure out, what the official horse narrative is, so that we can go and have a better eyes to see what's really there. I'm gonna share another video here, and this one is about the pilings that are underneath the Boston Back Bay area.
The Boston Groundwater Trust is a city entity that was established by the Boston City Council in 1986 to monitor groundwater levels. And the Groundwater Trust monitors groundwater levels because the buildings are supported on wooden pilings, and those wooden pilings need to remain submerged below the groundwater table. If the groundwater table drops, the pilings become exposed to air, they rot, and the building starts to settle and become essentially unsafe.
This is probably representative of the upper 1.5 to 2 feet of a top of a wood pile from a building here in Boston that had to be repaired because those piles were deteriorated. The city of Boston back in colonial times, which is around 1630, 1650 timeframe, was basically a peninsula as it is today, but it was much smaller. And then eventually it started to burst at the seams, and there was a need to create land.
So they filled in Back Bay, Fenway, South End over the period of about 30 years. They also filled in areas of the North End, majority of East Boston, Four Point Channel.
There was probably 6 major fillings that occurred that created what Boston is today.
After that, they had land to build on. And the period of the late 1800s to the early 1900s, those buildings were supported on wooden pilings if they were on filled land.
Not every building in Boston that's on wood piles has the tops of the piles at the same elevation and at an elevation that is below groundwater. As time has gone on and Boston has become more developed, there's been less ability to replenish the ground with groundwater because it's just a much more impervious boundary. As soon as the water table drops and stays down for a certain period of time, that wood becomes exposed to oxygen. And the oxygen creates an environment for bacteria and bugs to basically grow. And when those bugs grow, they attack the wood and they eat the wood, and that's how they survive. So what happens is you go from, say, a tree or a wood pile that might be 10 or 12 inches in diameter that's holding up granite blocks, that's then holding up brick walls. It goes from 10 inches to about 2 or 3 inches, or in some cases it just completely deteriorates. And so what happens is the support of those blocks in the wall is lost. And the ground, which is the filled land, wasn't good ground to begin with, and so the buildings settle. And what usually happens is none of the piles will deteriorate at the same time. So you get different conditions at a front of a building versus a back of a building. And what happens is instead of the building settling evenly, one part settles, the other doesn't. And when that happens, the brick cracks, or your nicely finished walls will crack, or you can't open doors and windows, or you just have problems with sort of the house itself. And so that's the problem. That's what we're trying to identify. And if we do identify it, then we try to repair that.
The city and ultimately the residents look to us as a resource. You know, we're the information guys, so to speak. People want to know where the groundwater levels are, foundation information, piling cutoff information. We have that. And our primary purpose is to record and report on the groundwater levels, make recommendations to solve the problems, and inform people. Let the people know of this issue, why it's important to maintain groundwater levels, that these buildings are in fact on wood pilings, because the first thing you would think of a building is concrete or steel. We monitor groundwater levels through a series of groundwater observation wells that are in the public way. So there are roughly 800 observation wells spread throughout all the areas of the city where there are wood piling supported structures. Every 5 to 6 weeks, we read all 800 wells, and then we start in East Boston, we finish up in the southern portion of Back Bay. Once we finish there, we go right back to the beginning and we start all over again. And it's a process that usually is about 7 to 8 times a year. We read the whole well network. If someone calls us to say, I have a building here, is it at risk? So we look at our groundwater elevation data, we'll look at our pile cutoff elevation data, which gives us the height of the pilings, and then we'll make a recommendation off that, whether or not they should seek out additional assistance. And ultimately at that point, then it would lead to contacting a geotechnical engineer, a structural engineer to come out. They'll come out, they'll take a look at the building and give them a professional assessment and advise them what to do from there. If the groundwater trust didn't exist and this well network wasn't established, you'd be putting thousands of buildings at risk. We're not only trying to monitor the groundwater levels, which we do very effectively, which is actually the easy part of it, but the other part of it is trying to find the fix and the solutions. The well network will give us a picture of what's going on in the ground. It'll tell us where the groundwater is below the ground surface. So in some areas it may be 10 feet below the ground surface, and in other areas it may be 12 feet below the ground surface. We use that information and correlate that to the elevation of the wood piles under the buildings to determine whether or not a certain area may be at risk. You're in an urban environment. There's not a lot of green space for when it does rain for water to penetrate the aquifer, ultimately to replenish the groundwater table. So when it rains, the water just runs off and goes into catch basins and goes into sewers.
Whether it be runoff or the rain precipitation itself. And so that would oftentimes replenish the groundwater levels and at least keep them pretty level. If you can imagine all of Boston, it's not a bathtub. I mean, water will go where it wants to go. And if it doesn't want to stay in the ground, it'll find a place to go.
Well, if groundwater levels are depleted, the first thing that we look at is the existing infrastructure under the street. So we'll look at sewers, we'll look at tunnels, we'll look at a building that has a potential deep basement, and we'll work with the entities who own that infrastructure to say, hey, groundwater levels in this area are low. Take a look at your infrastructure. It may be compromised. We've been working to develop porous infrastructure. So sidewalks now, having an area where it's porous, where the rainwater can essentially percolate into the ground. Like conventional asphalt or concrete, this type of pavement has voids that basically allows the water to enter. And the other thing is the city's Article 32 Conservation Overlay District. So there's two components to that. The first component is to recharge groundwater. So anybody that comes in and wants to substantially gut rehab their building, they're now required to put in a recharge system, which is basically just taking your roof leaders and instead of having them run off into the street or into the storm system, redirecting them back into what's called a recharge structure. It's essentially a dry well. So taking that rain that's falling on the roof and putting it back into the ground. That's how we replenish the aquifer. That's how we're basically returning the area to its natural state. And then the second component of that zoning is the no harm component. So if somebody comes in to a site and says, we want to put up a building, and we propose to put up a building here with 3 levels of underground parking. Well, those 3 levels of underground parking, that basically needs to be engineered to be watertight. There are no pumps and there are no under drains that are designed as part of that new structure. It's watertight, it's sealed watertight. And that's really the genesis of the zoning, was the no harm component, which is really to ensure that nobody doing anything below grade is going to adversely affect the groundwater. It's been estimated that probably 40 to 50% of the city's residential task base is on piling supporter structures. That's what's at risk. Ultimately, that's what the Groundwater Trust was established to protect.
In the normal course of you finding out there's a problem to the point where you actually start the work, it can oftentimes be a few months. Unfortunately, what it takes more often than not to figure out if there's a problem is you have to dig what's called an exploratory test pit, which is you physically have to dig an excavation to go down and look at the wood piles. Once you've seen a pile that's deteriorated, and more importantly, that the water table is below, you're not going to be able to bring that water table up likely, and therefore you should do a repair. Pit underpinning is a series of small excavations similar to those exploratory excavations that allow you to go down and expose the wood piles. It's all dug by hand. So you have a series of 5 or 6 guys that are digging a hole, bracing the hole as you go deeper with timbers so that people can get inside and do the work as you get deeper. You've got pumps that have to pump groundwater because we have to go below the groundwater table to get to an elevation that we can cut the piles. But instead of just exposing them, we have to go down below the granite blocks that they're supporting. We have to get in underneath the wall to expose every pile that's beneath the wall. When we go in and cut these rotted wood piles, it's usually just the top 1 or 2 feet that's rotted, but we're cutting 4 or 5 feet because that ties back to getting to an elevation that's a few feet below normal groundwater levels and at least at the elevation or slightly lower than the deepest utility. Each pile, as you're cutting it one by one, you're replacing that section you removed of wood with a steel post, and it comes back up to the granite block. And so at the end of cutting out a series of 7 or 8 piles, you have a series of these posts. And once you've posted those piles up, what you then do is you usually put a form up and then encase everything in concrete. And then once you turn off your pumps where you're dewatering to make all this work happen, water table will rise back up and it'll be above the wood piles. And you will have sort of some insurance in the future that you've now got a wood pile 2 or 3 feet below the groundwater table. And so after you've done that all in one pit that may be 8 feet long along your wall, you'll come out of that pit and you'll move to an adjacent pit next to it. So it's a series of pits working yourself all around the building and at interior columns or walls, one by one. And then eventually you have a whole new foundation that's dropped the wood piles below the groundwater table.
So once they do all that for those 8 piles, you do it all over again the next week. So if a building has 400 piles underneath it and you're doing 8 piles at a time and you're doing a pit a week, that's where the months-long process comes in.
You usually will find that the cost to repair the piles beneath that building might be around $250,000. And it can fluctuate up or down, depending on a lot of things. Much of which is what you, the owner, will allow the contractor to have for access to. So it can be a much more costly process when you are forced to be in a position to still, say, live and access that lower level of the building.
It's never rewarding to find out that a building's being underpinned. What's rewarding for us is that for the homeowner, if they go to sell the building, they can say, our piles are fine, we had them fixed, this building's on a whole brand new foundation.
That I'd like to think that Boston now is ahead of the curve, so to speak, and more proactive in identifying problems and helping people identify problems, and not allowing things to get to a situation where it can become a problem.
We want to show people this is unpleasant, this is expensive. If we weren't monitoring groundwater levels, this would be done on a much larger scale, much more frequently, and it wouldn't just be this one spot on this street, it would be multiple streets in multiple neighborhoods. We can't control what happened 130, 140 years ago, but we can control what's happening now.
Okie dokie. So that is that business. Now let's see what else we can get into. Let's see here. Let me go digging in my goodie bag. Okay. All right, let me share the screen. Oh, wait, hold on. Bear with me. Oh, okay, I'm going to share this screen here. Okay, and shares. All righty. So what we have here is a satellite image of the Boston Back Bay area. This is not the whole Boston Back Bay. I'd say this is probably a half, could be even less than that. It's a big area. But this is the area that I'm going to focus on tonight. And it's laid out on a grid pattern. And the official history is that everywhere you're seeing here at one before 18, I believe 59 was underwater, and that they filled this in. But see, that's only a portion of what they filled in. So anyways, that's the area we're focused on now. So let's look at something else. This is a picture of the pilings. My thinking on this, and I can't prove it, I think this would take some scientific research, is that the pilings could be very possibly old world, and that in the old world they decided they wanted more land, so they drove pilings into the ground, and then they built on it. And then later, when we found Boston, time went by and the water level dropped, and that's when these things started rotting. So I'm not too big on whatever carbon dating or whatever you use to test these things. The wood, I would like to see some carbon dating, if that's what it is, on the wood that these pilings are made of, I don't know how you get that done, but I think that's where I'd start. I don't think that these pilings were done in the 1859 era. I think they're older. Now, how much older, I don't know. But I think this area is pre-mudflood. And this is just my theory, my thinking. I can't, as always, I can't really prove it. All I can do is just show what I'm seeing, and you make up your own damn mind. I'm not here to make up your mind for you. But this is an idea that I came up with looking at Boston. So I wanted to share this. But this gives you a diagram of what this was like. They drove pilings into the ground here, and then they poured concrete on top of that. And a lot of people say, "Oh, concrete's we made that." No, they had concrete long ago. So concrete's old world. And then your ground level, is here. This line here. Today, this is the new ground level. This just gives you an idea of what's going on there. So anyways, this is a picture of the back bay from the new state house. And looking down, this here is on the left-hand side of the screen is the back bay, pre being filled in. Now, I don't think this photograph is real. I think that this whole top portion of this photograph is probably a painting. I think this is a faked photograph. I think this all right here is full of buildings and land. But this is the official narrative. So we have to kind of look at that first to see. You have to know the official story before you can understand where the holes are. You gotta smell the horse shit to know it's there. You gotta step in it. Okay, so we're gonna step in it. This is the back bay in 1888. That's a plan of back bay. It's not a real good photograph, but this entire area here is the back bay, and it was filled in supposedly. And this is the grid area that we're going to look at tonight. Here's a photograph of the back bay prior to being filled in. 1879. Park Department, City of Boston, proposed improvement of back bay. So it's kind of hard to tell what this I guess is the back. I'm not sure what direction I'm looking. I guess this is supposed to be north. I don't know, it's a little confusing to me. This is the first aerial photograph of Boston. It's not real good quality. It's taken from a balloon. And the back bay is over to the left, and you can't see it. And the Beacon Hill, this is the new state house. The Beacon Hill area is over here. This is an old photograph of Boston. I just thought it was interesting. This is Boston, Massachusetts Trinity Church from the site of the Old Museum of Fine Arts. Looks like they're digging out mud here. It's like maybe some kind of wall right there. I don't know. Definitely got a wall here that's buried. Look at this little makeshift crane here. Look at that old light, and just look at this old world construction. I mean, that's. I mean, if I showed you that and said, "Where is this?" you might say Europe. I would say Europe. And there's Fred. Fred's the horse that built America. In case you're unaware and uninformed of that. Let me see. Let me get rid of that. Sorry, I didn't know that was in there. This StreamYard's kind of a pain in the royal rumpus to use, so bear with me. I make little mistakes here with it, but I try to do this pretty good as well as I can. But that's a beautiful building right there, and this is the building that was in the beginning of the video tonight with the drone footage. Check out these characters up here. Very cool. Let's see, what's that say? No, it doesn't say it. Thought I had a date there. Okay, here's an old map of the town of Boston. A plan of the town of Boston with the entrenchments of His Majesty's forces in 1775 from observations. Blah, blah, blah. Who gives a damn? Okay, and I don't know if you realize or knew, but that Boston had 2 star forts, one here, and I believe there was another one. That might be it. There was 2 star forts that I know of. The second one's harder to find. I can't remember where exactly it is. That might be it. Not sure. Doesn't matter. Okay, and the back bay. Oh, there's a star fort right there. I don't think that's the one I was thinking of. That might be 3 star forts. Anyways, the back bay is this area here, and supposedly filled in this whole area. So that's a big area. That is a really large freaking area. And the Beacon Hill area is right here, in this area. So that's that. Another like a overhead drawing of Boston, and the back bay, I believe, is this right here. Yes, this is the filled in back bay. Okay, right here, and the Beacon Hill neighborhood's here, State House here. Okay, and this is another one. The back bay is right here. This is 1889 supposedly. Beacon Hill neighborhood here, back bay neighborhood here. You got your trains coming in, looks like right here maybe. That's interesting. I haven't seen. Yeah, that's the trains. So that's good to know. Helps me with my other little research project I'm working on. If you have been there and looked at that, if you hadn't, loser. And we got 1905. Gosh, I don't know. I can't make heads or tails of this map. This is a weird one. Okay, I got it. I got my bearings now. This is the back bay here. That's not a very good map. I don't like that one too much. This is a Boston map of this is where the Boston Molasses flood happened. If you haven't looked into that, that's an interesting piece of Boston history. This is a famous print. It's the old Boston Beacon Hill from Mount Vernon Street near the head of Hancock Street. And the story goes that they came in, they removed this, this supposedly got destroyed, supposedly, quote unquote. And this now resides over there behind the State House. And this is Beacon Hill, and supposedly they carted this off and used it to fill in land, to create land in Boston. So now, I'm going to tell you right now, I think there probably was a hill, and I think that they came in and did used my theory on Mudflood, where they triangulated a weather manipulation weapon. You can call it a cloud buster. That's what we would call it today. And triangulated a rain and made it rain over this and sluiced this, and it ran down and it flooded out the area. But I don't think they dug it out. Just me opinion. Moving on. This is the neighborhood we're going to be looking at, and it shows the street names. And you've got the main streets of Beacon Street here, Commonwealth here, Boylston here, and Massachusetts, I believe, Ave right here. And I can't remember the name of this one. We'll figure this out later. And that's the box, let's say, that the neighborhood resides in. But the back bay actually is larger than this. And here's another one, blah, blah, blah. And this is my grid Okay, blah blah blah. This is this was a hotel. I've got more pictures of this. That was on Copley Plaza. This was in the Back Bay, and it was demolished. I forgot what year. I've got the information here. We could probably find that. But this was a big ass fancy hotel that was around. Got your cartouches up there. Got Fred's Horse That Built America. Big ass arches here. So this building is now gone. This is supposedly an image of where they were using the steam shovels in order to dig the dirt to load the train cars here, the carts, in order to fill in the Back Bay. I believe this is a fake photograph, a staged photograph, or maybe I don't even see any evidence that photograph is even real. It could be a painting or just a staged photograph, Photoshop, something like that. Here is a diagram showing the pilings. And you got pilings here and the concrete here, or concrete blocks, or blocks, however they did it. I don't know if they're finding different things in different areas, and then you're building ground water level, which has supposedly lowered. So that's that. Here's another one of Beacon Hill. Obviously, this is a drawing, a sketch, whatever you're going to call it. And this again is behind the State House today. If you want to see that, they say it's a replica. That the original got destroyed. Maybe not. I don't know. But the replica, if anything, is there. I got your little Mudflood window down here. Blah blah blah. Okay, and here's another image of the pilings and the blocks and your building. And here's another one. This is the Fairmont Hotel on Copley Plaza. This is more of a modern day, before they tore it down. And you got your scrubbed cartouches up there on the top there. And I'm just showing you this building because it's no longer there today. It's something I learned. Here's another photograph. This is a picture, a drawing of it. There's Fred's Horse That Built America. So, I just think it's important to see that, something that's not there anymore. I think that's really cool. Here's an overhead shot of it. Love overhead shots because you can see a lot of detail that you normally couldn't see. You can see how it's hollowed there in the middle. That's cool. Got your copper right here, which is interesting because that has something to do with the free energy. And this is the Copley Plaza over here in the front. Here's a drawing of the Back Bay steam shovel digging. So this is the official narrative of how they did it. I think this is pure horseshit. My personal opinion. Blah blah blah. This is 1893 from the Sunday Herald in Boston. Back Bay as it was half a century ago. So I think this is just a horseshit narrative image that they've concocted. Back Bay at the present time is viewed from the State House dome, and this would be the Back Bay. So this is them writing the official horseshit narrative. There's the Trinity Church. Got Fred's Horse That Built America. This image is very weird looking. It's almost got a it almost looks like one of those like miniature sets that they build for movies or something. Doesn't even look real. I don't know, just an opinion. Probably is real, but it's just interesting to see. This is interesting architecture here. Got your trolleys, and you can see there's underground all over the neighborhood. This is actually the Back Bay neighborhood right here, just so you know where you are. And here's another of Trinity Church. I don't know what church this is. There's quite a few churches in the Back Bay to look at. There's an old gas light. Okay, here's the pilings. These are repaired pilings where they've sawn them off and put the new poles in. So they're trying to, sorry, that image isn't real good. Here's some pilings that are in situ that they're digging out. So it gives you an idea of what that looks like. So that's kind of weird. Another image of the pilings, blah, blah, blah. This is an image that was taken from the original John Hancock building. I believe from my research there were 3 that have been built over time. And I believe I have a photograph of the original in here somewhere, but you can see how deep this mud goes. Okay, that's the Back Bay neighborhood. This probably right here is Photoshop or a painting or something. I believe that they absolutely had the ability to do that, and I have shown in previous videos that they did that, so I've already proved that that can be done and was done. So just go back and watch my old mudding videos. Map of Boston and Cambridge. It's a nice map. This is showing Arlington Street is the other boundary street. This is the Boston Public Garden. Boston Common is the big park there. So that gives you an idea of that. Let's see. This is the old John Hancock building in the early 1900s. So this is no longer there. It's gone, and they've replaced it with some modern junk. Got tourist fields, got underground windows here, underground door right there. Looks like they've covered that over with like a grate or something. I don't know if it's glass in the 1900s. I don't know if they would have done glass because they didn't have plexiglass at that point. So I don't think they did that. Here's an old map of Boston. This is pre-fill-in, and the Boston Back Bay would have been where the word new is right here, I believe. Let's see. Yeah, I think so. This was Plaza Merry-Go-Round, the Copley Plaza, Copley Square, Boston, Mass. I think this was in that hotel that I showed earlier. I found this image looking into research on that hotel. So this is literally a carousel bar, just like in the movie Fear and Loathing Las Vegas. So I had never seen anything like this. I've never seen one in real life, and I've never seen one in anywhere else other than in that movie at Circus Circus. So I thought that was really cool. This is just an image of the blocks here with the pilings and how they're rotting out right here. This is the water level today. This is another one of that image of Beacon Hill. And this is it says the filling of the Back Bay, 1858, New England Life Insurance Company, Boston. So this is some kind of painting that they have done to show supposedly how they filled in the Back Bay. So they say like I showed you with steam shovels, they came in and filled these carts up with dirt and then brought them to the Back Bay and dumped them in and built on top of that. So this is official horseshit narrative stuff. This is Trinity Church, and this thing is, incredible. Got your porthole here. Not sure what that is. And this is very, very cool place. I mean, that's just totally Antiquitech right there. That's bringing in your ether. This is, I guess, a healing center from the best we can figure. Tourist fields. Not sure what. I think a lot of these images they put on the sides of these churches, I think they were done later or added or something. I don't think they were originally there. Let's see. And you got the 3-door thing going on with 2 smaller doors on the sides. Big ass doors right here. There's a man right here, give you a little bit of scale. Even these doors are huge, but these ones are big ones. So anyways, Trinity Churches, she's a piece of work. This is the back bay from the State House in 1858. This is the same image I showed you earlier. It's just a little different. And I believe this is a faked photograph here. The back bay would be right here. This is supposedly pre-fill-in, but I think this is all photoshopped. It's a satellite image of the back bay, and the back bay is this entire area here, but I'm focusing on this area here tonight. But they filled in a lot of this, so you know, in the future, I hope to look at more as time goes by. That's pre-filled. That's as it's being filled, and then this is close up. There's the Beacon Hill. That's where the hills were, and these were hills. They supposedly, the official story is that they dug all these hills down. And you notice this is Beacon Hill, and you saw in the photographs that, or the prints, that Beacon Hill was pretty large, but these ones look much bigger to me. But I think that this is where the mud came from when they sluiced it with the weather manipulation weapon. There's the Star Fort, in case you like Star Forts. And I forget who was in Muddy. Somebody in the chat was talking about earlier about getting a Sears Star Fort kit. And if you don't know, Sears used to be able to order entire houses from Sears as a kit house. And I've even questioned whether that is actually correct or not. If that actually happened, there's actually one of those near me, within 4 miles of me. That is an actual Sears kit house. So I might need to go there and look at that thing a little bit. It's now a funeral home, so that's a little bit tricky to work with. The back bay is this area here, and this black line is supposedly the original Boston landmass peninsula, and then everything else here is the fill. So I mean, they literally filled in Boston to make it double the size. And they say that they filled it in with the hills that were in this area here for these. And the back bay supposedly was done from a place, I think it's called Needham, and that's about 9 miles away. And this is the back bay area here. And here is a nice image that explains what they filled in and when. So you have 1803, the West Cove, 1807, the Mill Pond, 1823, Great Cove, 1836, South Boston, 1806, South Cove, 1857, Back Bay. Cambridge over here, and the Charles River and the Inner Harbor. And this is a photograph of supposedly the back bay prior to building anything on it, but it's filled in, and I believe this is a fake photograph as well. That I just don't see anything that really strikes me as being real here. It would be very easy to paint everything here and then Photoshop this and this right into the picture. No problem. This is a picture of the back bay. And you can see the underground. Well, that's a brownstone. Well, whatever, but it's a mud flooded building as far as I'm concerned. I believe this is the Commonwealth Avenue, but I'm not super positive. But these are we're talking big money in this neighborhood, and it's still today big money. You know, little folks like, you know, me and you are probably not going to be hanging out there. You got to have buku dollar to go hang out here and plop your fat ass down here. So don't get no ideas of, you know, pulling up camp and going there, because I don't think it's probably going to happen for you. Alrighty. And going to check to see if there's any questions. I don't see any questions. Okay, let's take a quick break, and then we'll come back and play some more. Here's a video. This is an edited version of my original Cheers video that this kind of all started with. And let's be clear that the horse, whose name is Fred, that he had help with trains and carts and rail tracks. And they, you know, we know that in the official history that supposedly they brought everything in with trains and horses and carts. But the point is that Fred is bullshit. I hate to say it, but Fred's bullshit. Fred didn't bring all these bricks in and build all these buildings. Okay, that's the official horseshit narrative. Now, I could say that Thomas the Train is the train that built America, but that's just not as funny, I think. So for all those out there, ninnies, that say that, oh, they used trains and tracks and brought in the bricks, I don't care what the official narrative says. I don't give a damn. It's a joke, okay? The whole thing, Fred's a joke, trains are a joke, okay? They didn't build it. So, anyways, and when you can plug yourself or get plugged, plug.
Here, a stuffed beagle would call this horse Fred. Hello, Fred.
Sorry, had to be done. And so I'm gonna share screen here. And what we got is the official Wikipedia indoctrination page, and we can learn a little bit from this. Take away with a grain of salt as usual. Boston Back Bay. Back Bay is officially recognized neighborhood of Boston, Massachusetts, built on reclaimed land in the Charles River Basin. Construction began in 1859 as the demand for luxury housing exceeded availability in the city at the time, and the area was fully built around 1900. It is most famous for its rows of Victorian brownstone homes, considered one of the best preserved examples of 19th century urban design in the United States, as well as numerous architecturally significant individual buildings and cultural institutions such as the Boston Public Library, which was shown in the beginning of the video tonight, and the Boston Architectural College. Initially conceived as a residential only area, commercial buildings were permitted from around 1890, and Back Bay now features many office buildings, including the John Hancock Tower, which is not the original John Hancock Tower, it's the third, Boston's tallest skyscraper. It is also considered a fashionable shopping destination, especially Newbury and Bolston Streets, and adjacent to Prudential Center and Copley Plaza malls, and home to several major hotels. The Neighborhood Association of the Back Bay considers the neighborhood's bounds to be Charles River on the north, Arlington Street to Park Square on the east, Columbus Avenue to the north, Columbus Avenue to the New York, New Haven, and Hartford right away, south of Stewart Street and Copley Place, Huntington Avenue, Dalton Street, and the Massachusetts Turnpike on the south, Charles Gate east on the west. Blah, blah, blah. History. In 1814, Boston and Roxbury Mill Corporation was chartered to construct a mill dam, which would also serve as toll road connecting to Boston to Watertown by bypassing Boston Neck. The dam prevented the natural tides from flushing sewage out to sea, creating severe sanitary and odor problems. Have we heard that narrative somewhere before? With cost higher and power lower than expected, because, we just don't seem to know how to plan anything, yet we can build humongous buildings. Horseshit. In the end, the project was an economic failure, and in 1857, a massive project was begun to make land, quote, by filling the area enclosed by the dam. The firm of Goss and Munson built additional railroad trackage, I like that, extending to quarries in Needham, Massachusetts. That's where the dirt came from, supposedly, 9 miles away. And maybe it did originally come from there. That's a possibility. 25, 35 car trains arrived every 24 hours carrying gravel and other fill at a rate in the daytime of 1 every 45 minutes. William Dean Howells recalled the beginnings of Commonwealth Avenue. The other streets of the Back Bay laid out with their basements left hollowed in the made land, which the gravel trains were yet making out of the westward hills. Okay, basements were left hollowed. Okay, that's odd. Present-day Back Bay itself was filled by 1882. The project reached existing land at what is now Kenmore Square in 1890 and finished in the Fens in 1900. Much of the old mill dam remains buried under present-day Beacon Street. The project was the largest of a number of land reclamation projects which began in 1820, more than doubled the size of the original Chalmette Peninsula. Setback requirements and other restrictions written into the lot deeds of the newly filled Back Bay produced harmonious rows of dignified 3- and 4-story residential brownstones, though most along Newbury Street and now in commercial use. The Back Bay is listed on the National Registry of Historic Places and is considered one of the best preserved examples of 19th century urban architecture in the United States. Buildings around Copley Square. Copley Square features Trinity Church, the Boston Public Library and John Hancock Tower, and numerous other notable buildings. Trinity Church, 1872 to 1877, deservedly regarded, H.H. Richardson deservedly regarded as one of the finest buildings in America. The first monumental structure in Copley Square was the original Museum of Fine Arts, which began in 1870 and opened in 1876. After the museum moved in to the Fenway neighborhood in 1909, its red Gothic Revival building was demolished to make way for the Fairmont Copley Plaza Hotel, 1912 to present, which is actually now gone. The Boston Public Library, 1888 to 1892, designed by McKim, Mead, and White, is a leading example of Beaux Arts architecture in the United States. Across Copley Square from Trinity Church, it was intended to be a palace for the people. Interesting wording. But Decker's 1893 guide terms it dignified and imposing, simple and scholarly, and a worthy mate to Trinity Church. At that time, its 600,000 volumes made it the largest free public library in the world. The Old Church, also called the New Old South Church, and the opposite to that is the Boston's North Church, which is where is the famous church in history, Boston history, and American history, the Old North Church. So this is the sister church to that, which is interesting. Let's see, 1872 to 1875 is located across the street from the Boston Public Library. It was designed by the Boston architectural firm Cummings and Sears in the Venetian Gothic style. The style follows the precepts of British cultural theorist and architectural critic John Ruskin. Interesting. 1819 to 1900, as outlined in his treatise on Stones of Venice. The Stones of Venice. Old South Church remains a significant example of Ruskin's influence on architecture in the U.S. Charles Amos Cummings and Willard T. Sears also designed the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum. Blah blah blah. I think that's about all I care to hear about that. So let's look at hold on, bear with me. And let's see. I want to read. Oh nope, wrong one. Okay. Here is a little article on Needham history, the Back Bay Fill. Needham Heights used to be higher, as high in fact as the hill that the Sheridan now sits on. In the 30s, between 1850 and 1880s, gravel was dug from the beds in Needham Heights and carted into Boston to fill the Back Bay from Massachusetts Avenue to Charles Street. The Boston Common once touched the shoreline of Back Bay, but the city decided that the area of the Back Bay was more useful as a residential land to accommodate the increasing demand for city real estate than it was as a stagnant and filthy repository of the city's sewage. See, that narrative right there. We're going to create a big ass bay and fill it with, crap right beside the city. I mean, seriously, that's what the official narrative says. Does that make sense to you? In the year 1857, two railroad builders, N.C. Munson and George Goss, won a contract from the Commonwealth, that's the Commonwealth of Boston, to fill in the fetid mud flats of the Back Bay receiving basin. The bay was created in the 1820s when a mill dam was built on the Charles River between the shores of Common and the Sewell's Point in Brookline, in the belief the waters rushing in and out would power the mills. In the belief that it would power the mills. I mean, you can't do enough engineering to realize that it would or wouldn't work, and then you build this thing and it doesn't work. I mean, I don't know. That just seems horseshitty to me. Unfortunately, the dam prevented the daily tidal flushing of the muddy river and the fens, clogging the operation of the mills and creating an immense and highly odoriferous swamp. Okay. Goss and Munson's winning bid called for filling in the entire Back Bay in exchange for 25% of each building lot they created. I think that's very interesting right there and telling. Since the hills of Boston had been flattened in the past to fill in and expand the Boston Peninsula, Munson and Goss found new sources of fill within Boston proper. So for sufficient fill to create 700 buildable acres, the contractors looked to Needham, just 9 miles from the Back Bay Swamp. Here they found hundreds of acres of glacial sand and gravel just west of the Charles River. The land was vacant and was, most importantly, adjacent to a railroad spur. There's the railroad again. In 1859, the Needham Town meeting and the selectmen permitted the gravel company to remove gravel by taking down the hill between Otis Alden's and Joshua Eaton's, and in 1863 removing the hill near Kendrick's Bridge and building a proper road from the site adjacent to the Charles River. This incredible engineering project flattened Needham's land mass by an estimated 100 acres in topography, and hundreds of thousands of cubic yards of sand and gravel within the area roughly bounded by the Central Avenue, Gould Street, and Highland Avenue. Wow, they leveled 100 acres in 1863. That's interesting. The contractors added spurs to already existing railroad lines, and Munson and Goss laid railroad tracks to connect their gravel pit to Needham to the railroad junction in Lower Falls. The contractors also had two 25-horse steam shovels brought to Needham. These ran on tracks parallel to the gravel mounds, while railroad engines, each pulling 35 specially designed side dump railroad tip carts, ran beside them on adjacent tracks. I believe that's the same technology they use to dig out the tracks. Each 35 cart train moved 2,500 yards of fill every day from Needham to Boston. They made 25 round trips each day and night, 6 days a week, arriving at Back Bay site every 45 minutes, where they quickly and efficiently dumped their loads of Needham soil and returned for another fill. At the Back Bay site, 550 acres of tidal marshland were covered with Needham sand and gravel to an average depth of 15 feet. Wow. Boston's land area as a whole was increased by 70% with the addition of 700 acres of new land. This incredible project cost state taxpayers nothing, since the land created was sold for lots in the fashionable new Back Bay section. Money from the sale of land was returned to the Commonwealth, and the net profits on the sale up to 1882 were $370 million. The result in Needham was less fortunate, at least at first. The gravel extraction operations of the Back Bay field left a great wasteland on the border of Needham near the Charles River and the Upper Falls. Excavation removed all soil and sand gravel, leaving nothing but exposed bedrock over much of the area. Lacking soil, plants could not grow up to cover the ground, and it lay barren for the 50 years following the fill operation. It is said that on windy days, dust from the pits would blow in clouds towards Heights and Needham Center. However, in the 1950s, a time of economic prosperity and residential expansion, this wasteland became valuable again. The land was ideal for development. It was vacant and already cleared, and it lay alongside the route designated for the the highway, Route 128. The state had laid out a basic route in the 1930s, joining up existing local roads between Peabody and Canton in Needham, and there's the highway again, Glendale Avenue from Upper Falls to Dedham. The building of the real highway parallel to the 1930s route began in the 1950s. For the first time, the modern highway linked the outer suburbs with the port and transit facilities of Boston, bypassing the ancient hub and spoke system and the tangle of small local roads. It became economically feasible, even advantages to direct growing industrial operations into the less expensive real estate west of the city by taking advantage of the new road. In addition to the housing boom that followed the war, created demand for rapid new residential construction, increasing the value of previously marginal land. This rich opportunity for industrial growth in Needham was seized by Boston real estate firm of Cabot, and Forbes. By the mid-1950s, CC&F was expanding into industrial development and turned the old gravel works into the New England Industrial Center, the first such industrial park in the country. Tenants of the center enjoyed the advantages of transportation, access, centralized physical facilities, and approved industrial zoning. For Needham, the industrial center created an industrial base that generated revenue and jobs. Ultimately, easy access to Route 128 accelerated Needham's transformation into the residential suburb we know today. Business continues to grow into Innovation District, as the industrial center is now called. A reminder of the present benefit that arose from the old misfortune. So that's that. And one last thing, John Southerner was from 1816, died in 1911, was founder of the Globe Locomotive Works and American Steam Locomotive Manufacture Company. His obituary, published in the Newton, Massachusetts Town Crier, he is credited with designing the pattern for the fence around Boston Common. In 1852, he built the first tunnel boring machine using Charles Wilson's patented design, numbers 14,483 and 17,650. The machine was tried at the Hoosac Tunnel, I'm not sure if I'm saying that right, work, but after only 12 feet, the steel was not up to the test of grinding rock. In 1854, Southerner would build two 440 locomotives for the Finchburg Railroad, the Hoosac and Champion. He also built the two 25-horse steam shovel for Norman Carmine Munson to use in filling the Boston Back Bay. So that's why we're talking about that jackass. Okay, so that is that business there. And let's see, where are we? Okay, so let's get it. This is long and drawn out, and that's just the way it has to be. Research is not simple. So let's go ahead and share screen again. And what we have here is Google Earth looking at the city of Boston. And you'll notice that where you see the word Boston, that is the downtown area. That is what is basically considered Old Boston, and that is the original landmass. And this outer area was all filled in. This where all this supposedly was filled in here, and this is the Back Bay here. There's the Back Bay. So that's what I'm looking at today, and I'm trying to mark this off my to-do list. So I'm going to drop in right here. Okay. And I'm just going to go look around, see what I see. I can get the little man to work here. He's not wanting to work. Okay, there he goes. Gets stuck sometimes. And this is the outermost portion. The water is over here. And you got old copper here. This is a very popular architectural design here. I believe these possibly could be some form of antiquitech. Got Johnny Law there hiding something. They usually are. And as you can see right off the bat, you got windows below ground level. So this whole area has a basement level, at least a basement level. I don't know if there's more. Let me go up here and just take a gander at what we got going on here, just to make sure we're not missing nothing interesting. And I'm going to keep going here. We're on Back Street here, in case anyone gives a rat's ass. That's a cool spiral staircase there. That's neat. Look at that thing. It goes into a window, so that's a fire escape. So they definitely added that later. Check out that old copper. Very cool. I think that copper is an old world. I think it had something to do with the free energy, about moving it around. That's kind of cool. This is, I would say, something modern if I had to guess. That's just an opinion. Looks modern to me. And there's a door below ground level in case you need that. A lot of brick. And we're going street by street here. Is that, I don't know, that door kind of looks short. Hard to tell. Yeah, I think these round things here, those balls, I think there's something to do with the tech. I don't know. I see them a lot. You know, it's very possible. They don't work anymore or whatever they are, but it's just interesting to speculate about it. What it could be, what, you know, there's so much we don't know. Oh, that's beautiful architecture. See how it's rounded there? That's cool. Very cool. Look how old that brick is. Good grief. Let's go up here to make sure ain't nothing hiding on us. Continue on our search. We're on the back of the buildings in case you hadn't figured that out. Sometimes I don't state the obvious. There's some nice underground for you right there. And I don't know what we're going to find tonight. It could be anything. There's some underground. Can't really see that. Interesting. You see they add these fire escapes later on. We'll go look at the front of these buildings after we get off this road, this little back street here. We'll do the whole thing. Hopefully, that's the goal here. Got some underground there. Now, you know, you'd have to go deeper into the research to find out if these buildings are actually, you know, old. Some of them you can pretty much tell that they're, you know, old world. Like this one right here, I'd say that's old world. But this one right here, you know, I don't know, maybe not. So, you know, you'd have to go deeper into the research to find out if there's, you know, more to it. Can't take everything on face value. Florida Lee. Okay. And move. Okay, got some construction here, it looks like. Oh, I like construction. Sometimes you can see things you normally wouldn't be able to see. Okay. I'm not going to be able to look down I can only look down where, you see those little X's on the ground? I can only move to that area there. That's signifies a spot where I can go to the next point of looking. So I'm not going to be able to look down every little nook and cranny. I can with this, and see what we can find. They got some underground something there. Let's go down here, make sure there's nothing standing out to us. Oh wow, look at that. It's pretty. There's copper. Alrighty. Back on here. Some kind of underground there. if you guys are having fun in the chat. I'm not paying attention to it. If you have specific questions about the Back Bay, please put them in the chat, and Ozbeast will put them in the private chat so I can go and check those later. And I will attempt to answer the question. No guarantees. I'm learning here just like you guys are. My theory is that the Back Bay was already here, that they did not fill this in, or at least we did not fill this in. I think it's quite possible from doing more research on the area that the Back Bay was actually filled in the old world. I think that is a very strong possibility. I don't really see any issue with that, from what I can tell. Now, how you prove this, I don't know. I don't have the resources to, if I had a gajillion dollars, or if I could pull strings enough to get more research done, I would, but I don't. So I'm going to do what I can. And then if you're Rockefeller Ken and you're out there and you got nothing to do with your money and you want to spend on something important, then you do the research and try to find out what you can to help further this research. I'm going to do what I can. You do what you can. And we all, we kind of meet in the middle. I'm trying to get up this road right here. It ain't letting me. Okay. We'll have to look at it on the other angle. Oh, wow. Phoenician shells. Check that out. Ether finial there. Let me get back here. Better look at that sucker. That is pretty. And the deeper you go in this neighborhood, the more interesting stuff you find. So I have briefly looked at the neighborhood. I have not done what I'm doing here, so this is all new to me too. So we're experiencing this together, as painful as it may be. We'll take our Mudflood torture, as it comes. No, I think the truth is, if you're really serious about learning about the Mudflood, and I think that if you ain't got nothing better to do and you got the time, and that you'll sit here and you'll enjoy this, and that you'll find things that I'm not finding, and then you'll learn from this in some way, shape, or form. And that's good. And if you don't get it, then that's okay. If it's not for you, there ain't no problem with that. I'm not offended. It's just my way. I go all in. I go check out them Mudflood winters right there. You see the mud flow right there. Get your flow. You can see how it's short here and taller here. Just nice symbols there. Kind of looks like scales right there. Maybe Phoenician. That is a pretty building right there. Very nice. Very nice. There's a church over here. Nice arched doorway. I believe that's some kind of tech. You see that a lot. Very cymatic looking. Possibly a wind catcher there. The wind catcher was a way to move the air. You got Mudflood windows here. Can't see it behind the scaffolding, but it is there. Okay, let's get back on point. Keep looking at this building. Okay, so, oh wow, let's go back up here. Hold on. Okay, so you got these windows here, and then you get down back on the back side and check out this lady's backside. You'll see, these windows go down. You got windows down under here. Oh, this is a nice find here. This is called a coin right here on the edge here. That design, it's called a coin. I think it had something to do. It reminds me, we know bricks are batteries, and that reminds me of running bricks in sequence, where you connect batteries together. But I don't know. It could be a technology. It's possible. Just throwing it out there. And there's a nice little mud flood door with a ramp going down into it. Very cool. That one looks like it's been painted or stuccoed or something. Nice arches there. And, you know, you see arch windows. I mean, just they're old world. You don't build arch windows for shits and giggles. They're harder to build. I mean, you're just not going to do that. They're more expensive. They're harder to build. I mean, it's a lot easier to put a square header, a flat header across that. In today, you know, in our times, and you're certainly not going to do it in the times that they said that these buildings were. Now, this is the end of the square, if you want to call it that. But this is, you can see what you got going there. So this is the end of the neighborhood, and now we're going to go to the fronts of the buildings. Look at this sucker. Look at that Etherfinial there. Just incredible. Let me go up here, take a look at this before we get down, and we've added these stairs to go up, and the original level was down here. That is incredible architecture. Tourist field there. Unscrubbed cartouche, it looks like right there. Wow. Reminds me of what's that idiot's name? She used to say that's hot. What's that dumbass's name? Paris Hilton. Paris Hilton. That's hot. That's what I'm gonna say about this building. That's hot. I can't believe I just quoted Paris Hilton. Good Lord. It's over. And you got Mudflood windows in case you need them. Blah, 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 blah. But this building is off the hook. I forget what movie that fella's talking about. What movie was that? The Grind. Had that weird dude kept saying, that comedian kept saying, off the hook. Off the hook. Mudflood door. This right, I don't know what you call these bay windows here, but they're really, really cool, I think. Oh, we got a fallout shelter. I think fallout shelters, you know, one thing they were doing with the missile, you know, the fear of the nuclear weapons, I think they were trying to just keep you in line and keep you, that's a porthole. I think they were just trying to scare us. But, you know, I think the fallout shelters, I think that was just an excuse to call, you know, some of these mud flooded underground areas something, because they had to come up with some excuses as to what to call this stuff. So, you know, this architecture is getting just really, you know, you get in the front, and it's just a, you know, whole nother next level stuff here. So, I mean, you know, officially this was built, you know, after 1850, that they filled in the land, and then they built underground rooms. They built into the dirt, which was sandy soil, which, if you know anything about sandy soil, it's very easy for the groundwater to get up in that. And I mean, it's just, to me, it makes no sense why you would build in that way. I just don't find that credible. Scrubbed cartouche. Some modernization, more underground doors. Just mud underground everywhere. Just the whole thing is just got underground. So let's see. Let's go up here. Take a look here. Got Mudflood windows down there. Amazing wrought iron work there. Okay. Google messes up sometimes. We are open. Okay. Nobody cares. Alrighty. Alrighty, let's get back on point. What church this is, Massachusetts and Beacon Street. So you can know where we are. Got a very cymatic pattern there. We got the kind of like the 3-door thing. Yeah, I'd say, yeah, 3-door thing there. I don't know what the 3-door thing is about. Got 4 ones on the clock for the number 4. They've enclosed this wind catcher here. Interesting. Dog tooth. Just don't know what you're gonna find. And you know, this is our world. I mean, you know, we live in this, and we never see this. I mean, most of us don't see it because we don't live in a neighborhood like this. But you know, it's if we walked around this neighborhood, we would not see this for what it is. We would say, oh, this looks like, you know, Mary Poppins land or something. Yeah, that's cool, but yeah, whatever. Yeah, I've been there, done that. Streets, you were pointing this symbol out to me yesterday. I call it the Flower of Life 4L. I don't know what it is, but that's what I call it. I needed a name to call it, and that's what I call it. The underground. Lots of copper, which I think there was a lot more copper in our world back in the old times. I think they got rid of it, sold it off or whatever. It went bad or they take care of it, something. I think there was a lot more copper. So it's interesting, you come into a neighborhood like the Back Bay and you see copper everywhere and underground. But you know, you see copper everywhere. And we think that there's that Flower Life 4L again. We think that the copper had something to do with the free energy system. So I don't know. You know, it's just interesting to speculate. Windows below ground, as usual. Doors below ground, very unusual. There's a Phoenician shells again. Big ass door. Okay. Let's take a trip down here, make sure we're not missing nothing. That's pretty. That's weird. Looks like something might have been removed there. Something there. Just trying to see what we can see. It's not. I mean, we would have added these stairs and retrofitted that. This was probably 2 windows right here. Just an opinion. Yeah, it looks like retrofitting there. How far back I can get? Let's see if I can get right there. Yeah, okay. Okay, I need to go back here. And what are we going to find? Find me something good. Something that is muddy. That's cool. Wowzers. Phoenician shell. Some more shells. Man, scrubbed cartouches. Phoenician shells. More Phoenician shells. These are called urns. Okay. They're not. It's not that they always look like urns. No, the technical architectural term of these is urn. It's an architectural urn. Just so you know. Hardly for control. Tartarian lions possibly right there. It's an interesting building. Nice mudflood door in case you need to go underground for whatever particular reason. You know, it rains and it snows and the water just goes in and runs under your door. Snows you in so you can't get out your door, because that makes sense. Yeah, that makes a whole lot of sense to me. Got your Phoenician shell. Got an as above and so below Phoenician shell. I've never seen that before. Very cool. I had a feeling this neighborhood was interesting. Got some construction here. Let's see if we can get a better view on what he's up to. See how they're retrofitting this right here. Very interesting. Okay. Nice little underground arched windows there in case you need those. And on and on and on. Tartarian lions right here. And on and on. Number 401. That's old symbology. Scrub cartouche. Okay. Let's get up here, see if there's anything juicy up this way. Check out that door. Mama. Okay. Let's see. I don't think I want to go too far. Okay. This area, I mean, we're talking, I mean, you can smell the money, can't you? I mean, you got to be bank rolling to be up in here. You got to be a baller. You know, ain't no doubt. This is exclusive. Your money if you're staying up in here. This is, I don't even want to know what the rent is on something like this. So it's you're definitely talking next level here. You want to live in an environment like this. I don't know. I personally would not want to live in any environment with people all over top of me. Now, that's just me. I don't know how people do that. I got to have my space. I got to have me some room. I'm a big boy. I can't have people all over me. I don't know how people do it. I don't know. To each his own, I guess. But for me, no. I like to have lots of room to spread my legs, spread out, and not step on somebody or trip over somebody or have somebody in my damn way. I don't know. Too many people wondering, you know, what you're doing or where you're going or what what noises you're making in your apartment or whatever. I mean, it's mind your own damn business, but you can't. You got people all over top of you. You can't mind your own business. How you gonna mind your own business? Probably hear right through the walls. What is that? That's interesting. Kind of weird looking. So, anyways, I don't know how people do it. Nice little underground. I mean, because that makes a whole lot of sense to me that you would just build your big ass doors underground like that. After you filled it in. I mean, mind you now, this area, everything you're looking at was a swamp. This officially narrative was a swamp, people. Does this look like it was a swamp? I mean, seriously, I'm asking a very serious question here. Got your green man. I'm asking a very serious question here. What does this look like? It was once a swamp. Of course, it doesn't look like it, but I'm more asking like the question of like, does it make sense that this was filled in and then, then built on, and they built it with everything submerged into the ground? Does that make sense? Common sense. Does it make common sense that you would do that? Is it cool architecturally how it looks? Yeah, it is cool with the stairs going up. All that's cool. But functionally, you don't want to live underground. It's not a good idea. It causes all kinds of problems. I think somebody should get out there and do some interviews of these people that live in these underground apartments and find out, do they have problem with heating and cooling, and do they have problems with moisture? Do they have problems with water leakage? I mean, I want some answers. I don't know. I'm not going to build, something I'm going to live in underground. I mean, personally, I think that's just not a good idea. But obviously, people live in these things. So what? I mean, I got a guy that lives behind me, and he, I think he's got it pretty fixed now. But every year, his basement would flood. Okay, and I mean flood. And it's because the way he built his house, it wasn't built properly, it wasn't sealed properly, and every year it leaked in and flooded him. And I mean, he could never get that room right. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. And the funny thing is that the dang on room was only covered in dirt on one side. One side was the house, and two sides. One side was backyard, one side was side yard, and then another side was the front yard. And the front yard side was covered with dirt. Okay, so every year that one side would leak enough that it would literally not get water in. I mean, flood. He would have the buckets out, the sump pump out, and getting the water out. So, and that was built, in recent times, like in I think the 70s, if I remember correctly. That's just going from memory, but it's recent, I mean, relatively recent. I'm 49, so 70s is recent, and that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. But, I mean, I don't want to think Tartarian lions right there. There's your urns, this architectural urn. Now, okay, there's some folks believe that these could be urns for giants. Okay, well, if that's what you think, then crawl your ass up on top of the building and take the top off and find out. Inquiring minds want to know. Get up there and break one open. Do something. It's time to get the pickaxes out, y'all. We got to dig this mud. We need some action here. It's time for gawking at all these buildings all the time is kind of over in a way. I mean, it's fun, we enjoy it, but at some point we got to get the shovels out, we got to get the pickaxes out, we got to get the archaeological tools out, and we got to start getting dirty. Okay. And I'm not talking about you yourself. I'm talking about people that can do that. I mean, I'm not an archaeologist, so I'm not going to be doing that. So it's going to take somebody else. But that's where we need to go. We need to be archaeologically, digging in. I mean, the theory, if this stuff does go into the ground, okay, well, it means it's still there. And archaeologically, you can undig it. So why don't we do that? As in, go and purchase a mud flooder and start digging, but do it in an archaeological way to where you record everything and there's no questions later as to, well, you didn't do it right. The ninnies, you gotta watch the ninny factor. Because anything, if you just go in there and go gun ho and not do it properly, then the ninnies are going to eat you alive. So you gotta be mindful. Look now, Mr. Prom, quit chasing me. I'm about tired of you trying to look around this Mudflood research. But the ninnies will ninny you to death. Talk about nothing. That's odd. I don't know. What the hell's going on there? I don't know, something weird there. Flat Earth asterisks right there. In case you need to know what kind of world we live on. Goes on and on and on and on. Phoenician Shell. And I hope you guys are having fun there in the chat and being good little boys and girls. I mean, we're all a little naughty, I'd say. we go against the grain here. I mean, I go against the grain quite often. Oh, where am I? I got lost a little bit. Okay, sorry. I got a little turned around there for a second. Hitting the coffee a little too hard here. Okay. Get up here, check the sides. Now, you can go where I want you to go now. I won't look at these Mudflood winners. No, but I go against the grain sometimes, and I do that on purpose because, you know, holding our tongue when we see something we don't, you know, agree with does not do any favors for anyone. It doesn't do you a favor because then you're not, you know, getting your ideas and your truths out, and then you're not helping yourself. And then by not calling out the emperors and saying, hey, you're wearing no clothes, then the emperor's still going to be walking around with his tallywhacker flying around. Okay. Or we got to be able to stand up and say, hey, I don't quite agree with that. And it's okay, because there's so much here that needs to be worked out. It's okay to disagree with something. Now, when you do disagree, you can't just say, oh, I disagree with that. Oh, no. You got to actually have a logical reason, a well thought out reason why you disagree. You can't just say I disagree, because that, it just doesn't work. Okay? You got to have, real thought involved. Phoenician wave right there. You got to have real intelligence behind your thought. It's like I got a comment this week that said that talking about my mudflood theory and talking about how before Noah's flood, which I would go read the Epic of Gilgamesh before I would go any further with that one. But before, let's say, the flood, I'll give you that, because, yes, there's over 1,200 flood myths in our histories. And so, yes, there was a flood. It was a long time ago, very, very long time ago. It has nothing to do with the mud flood. But the comment was basically saying, oh, before this flood, that they didn't need roofs. I'm letting that sink in a minute. Streets, there's your Flower Life 4L again. I see it all the time. That's what I was telling you, but seeing it is believing. But the comment was that they didn't need roofs, like on their houses or their buildings. No roofs. Okay. Now, you just picture that in your head, that a world with no roofs. Okay. And that's because the climate was better. Okay. So I'm guessing there was no rain, no snow, no hail, no sun, no, cold, no hot. That's Torsfield. Yeah, that's the comment. And I'm like, pretty much, I don't even know where to start with this. And I didn't. I was like, really? I mean, regardless of the climate, I could think of a lot of reasons why I would want a roof on my house. I mean, I don't want my neighbor to look in and watch me in the shower. I don't want birds pooing on my head. I have, I don't want Google Earth taking an image of me in, a birthday suit. I don't know. It's just like, I don't know. You just figured that one out. I was stumped by that one. I really didn't even know after fencing, and I just didn't really know where to start with that. Like, where do you start? I mean, I could go on and on about that and still not get really anywhere. But yeah, I personally, I mean, for the record, I believe that there were roofs in the old world prior to the flood or not. I think there was roofs, but I mean, to each their own. And I'm not trying to, viewer, I'm not trying to throw you under the bus. I'm just, we got to think through these things. A lot of times we'll hear something and we'll just parrot it. We'll hear somebody who we think is credible and we'll just parrot what they've said. And we don't do any critical thinking about that. This is a coin. I don't want you to believe what I say. I want you to do your own thinking. Go and do your own thinking. I am lost. Let me see where I am. Okay. All right. Let me see. Get back down here. Hold on. Wait a minute. This neighborhood got a little cuckoo on me. I was on. Wait a minute. Okie dokie. Get my bearings. Okay. So we were. Let's get down right here. Drop down. Please. Thank you. Let me get up here. Sorry, I got a little turnaround there. These things happen. Okay, I know I was there. That is so weird. All right. Get up here a little bit and we'll come back and figure that out. Where am I? Oh, I see. Okay. I walked a little bit too far. That's what was confusing me. Oh, okay. I got my head together now. Okay. All right. Let me okay. Bear with the BEAGS. Let me make a note of this for myself. And we're going to mark this off so that I know where we've been. We've been here. We have been here. Okay. We have been here. And we have been here. Okay, we need public alley 421. Okie dokie. And I'm going to check the private chat here, just see if there's anything anything need to address. GT 1982 is saying Beacon Hill is an amphitheater now. Oh gosh, I don't know the answer to that question. Not sure. Good question though. That's a good question. Muddy Run 1812. Wouldn't they have leached out the concrete into the wood and petrify? Wouldn't they have leached out the concrete? I'm not sure I understand the question. Wouldn't they? Who is they? I'm not sure I understand the question. I Heart Fairies. Cheers. They enter from the upper street to the basement bar. That's correct. Morning Glory. Aren't the round parts of the buildings always the corners, as if they didn't like corners or straight lines? That's an interesting point. Very feng shui thinking of you. Calum's here. Hey, Calum. Good to see you. Base mint. Mint is mined. base mind, bottom of mind, foundation of mind, subconscious, out of mind, hidden. Interesting. Morning glory, but those decorations could be fabricated, added later. Art is art, and sometimes nothing more. Yes, that's a good point. Some of it probably was added later. Absolutely. I think, though, that when you see the same symbols over and over and over again, like the lions and the fleur-de-lis, the flat earth asterisks, I think things like that are definitely old world or copied from the old world to give it the same look. Calum, ton of boss men in Boston. That's true. Muddy, Ryan, 1812, 10-story buildings held up by sticks in the mud. Okay. Kim Ray, in Alberta, we build basements on purpose because it's warmer. The earth is 65 degrees above 4 feet down. Sure. Can people build basements on purpose? Yes, absolutely. And there's, depending on where you are in the world. Now, if you did a basement where I am, it's a very bad idea. But now Alberta might be different. Now, that doesn't mean that you are not mud flooded. So I would have to look at Alberta in order to. I haven't looked at Alberta, so I'd have to look more at Alberta to see what you're saying there. That's a very leading question, trying to lead to where you want to go. So I agree and disagree. Morning Glory, roof decorations could be added to it much later. After all, it doesn't match the rest of the building. I believe a lot of the roof decorations could have been added later. I believe a lot of roofs over time, if you know anything about roofing goes bad. So it's very possible a lot of the roofing was redone. So very questionable on the roofing stuff. And hi there, Caleb. So I think that's where we're at there. Okie dokie. Let's see. Where's we at? Okay. Going back in. Let's see what we can find. And where is we's at? We is here. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. I'm going. Okay, we done Beacon Street. Going down this little circus right here. And we'll put me right here. Wait, I want to get right here. Okay. So we can check this out, see if there's anything good there. Like I said in the chat, research is pain. And sometimes you just got to do the research. So you got to keep looking and looking and looking. See what you can find. Underground windows there. We're on a back alley, in case you ain't figured that out. I try to let you guys kind of use your own minds for a second, and before I just give you the answers, I think you guys are pretty smart, and you'll go, "Oh yeah, that's an alley," But then again, it's like a lot of times I don't state the obvious because I think it's obvious, but then maybe what's obvious to me isn't obvious to others. It's like in my mud flood theory, I'm talk about cloudbusters and how they, that technology could have been used to create a mud flood. And a comment was brought that, well, if Wilhelm Wright created the cloudbuster, then, and he was born, much later than the mud flood, I mean, how is that possible? And I had thought that the answer to that was, pretty simple, but obviously it wasn't. So I just, let him know that, okay, no, Wilhelm Reich didn't have anything to do with the mud flood. And I should have been more specific, that Wilhelm Reich, he did invent a cloudbuster, which is known, and you can even find them today. That's a coin right there. But as for him having anything to do with it, no, he didn't have anything to do with it. And probably what they used was not called a cloudbuster. That's what Wilhelm Reich called it. But I was trying to give it to show you that it is possible, and it is something that is known, and that from there, there was probably something else. Now I don't know what it was called. It might have been called a Mudflood gun. I don't know what it was called. I don't think it was called Mudflood gun. Don't hold me to that one. Good Lord. But I mean, it's possible. Well, I have gotten twisted. Sorry. Happens. I don't know what it was called. But call it a weather manipulation gun, which I don't think is as cool as calling it a cloudbuster. I think calling it a cloudbuster weapon, I think that's a pretty cool name for it. But you call it whatever you want. Call it Mary Poppins boomstick. I don't care what you call it, as long as you understand what I'm talking about. It makes no difference. But yes, I need to be more clear. They have bushes on their roof. I need to be more clear, and sometimes I think things are obvious, and maybe they're not. I got to be, more diligent about making, that known. I can't assume that everybody knows or looks at it from the same angle of the telescope that I look down. So, anyways, in the future I will try to do better. And I think that's all I can do. So, anyways, I'm just running my mouth. Got nothing else to do but look at, old world and run my mouth. So, damn, that was weird. Google Earth does weird things. Sometimes you'll be moving along and have a mud flood door below ground. Yeah, you can see interesting stuff. I like alleys. Looking in alleys, you can find a lot of interesting stuff that they don't. Sometimes they don't hide things as much as on the fronts. So it's good to look at the alleys as well. And just the fronts are prettier, no doubt. I mean, there's no question that they are definitely prettier, but. If you're a true mud flood researcher, let me get back a little bit. If you're a true mud flood researcher, you're definitely going to want to look down my back alleys and see what's there. So, and I'm assuming that you guys are, true researchers and not, here for shits and giggles. Look at those. That's pretty. I mean, you imagine how much money is wrapped up in this area. And, the original guys that supposedly filled this in, they got 25% of the sale of the properties here. That 700 acres, and they got 25% of that. I mean, that probably was a good deal. Somebody probably made them some bank. But I tell you what really happened. They came in and they, knew somebody. They were, tickling the king's feet. And they got the rights to this area. And the kings, allowed them to take the profits on this found area. They didn't fill in shit. I really don't think they did. I think they found this area with these buildings already on it, and I think they made their money and went on to live in, you know, big nice houses with, you know, nice front porches. I don't know. I just don't think that I don't think they built this. That's just an opinion. You know, and opinions is like assholes. Everybody's got one. And you know, that's okay. It's okay to have different opinions. We need different opinions. If everybody agreed with everybody, we'd get nowhere. I mean, it'd be kind of boring if everybody agreed. I think. You know, I think having disagreement with things, it helps broaden your horizons of your thinking. So I'm all for it. You know, I've enjoyed the questions about my mudflood theory of what people were thinking, and it's very. I'm learning a lot of what their thoughts about how it happened are. Now I don't agree with them. Like one of the theories is that the water came from the firmament, and I just don't agree with that. Show me any. I would like to see any evidence that water came from the firmament. How would you control it? Well, you couldn't. I mean, is man going to control water from the firmament? No. Is God going to control the water from the firmament? I would say that the Creator is the only one that could control the water from the firmament. Now, maybe we could possibly blow a hole in the firmament, maybe. But that doesn't account for mud flood all around the world. Okay? It just doesn't. So there's the first problem, is that we have targeted locations because we don't see mud flood everywhere, just in the cities and the towns, just in the targeted locations. So that rain from above does not account for that. I mean, it just doesn't. And then you got this goes into spirituality, is that, you know, that leaves it in the Creator's hand, that the Creator rained on humanity. Streets, there's your Flower of Life 4L again. Rained on humanity, door below ground level, and flooded everything that man had built. And I'm going to be just honest that I do not believe that the Creator is that much of an asshole. I don't think that the Creator would want to flood out and destroy what we've built. The Creator wants us to create. Okay? So I don't think the Creator is going to flood us out and hurt us. But I can see man doing it, because we're a bunch of assholes. Look around. Look what we've done. We've done a lot of shit. We've done a lot of stuff we shouldn't be proud of. So, you know, blaming the Creator, okay, that's just strange right there. Okay. I mean, you know, that's not, that dog don't hunt. You know, I don't personally, this is my personal belief, is from a spiritual, looking from the spiritual end of the telescope, I do not believe that the Creator flooded the earth. I don't believe it was done with a firmament. I have, in my 14 plus years of research into our realm, I have never once found any evidence that says that in the early 1800s that there was any flood from above from the firmament, or any flood. There's no evidence. Is there floods in ancient times? Yes. Yes, we have records of that. There is evidence of that. You can see that in the dirt and the levels and things like that. You can see evidence. Okay, yeah, there's evidence of an ancient flood. Yes. 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 Now, the details of that are, you know, a whole nother topic. That's not what I'm talking about here. I'm saying that in the 1800s, when I believe this mud flood happened, I do not believe that the firmament, this old coal shoots right there, what the heck? Why do they leave their trash all over the place? What the hell's wrong with you? I do not believe that. I do not believe that God or the Creator, whatever you want to call it. I call him Bob. You know, say, hey Bob, how you doing? I mean, really, what do you want to call God? Call God whatever you want to call him. Griffin, Tartaria. So, you know, that's a big pumpkin. So, you know, it's I just don't believe God or Creator or Bob. I don't believe that Bob did that. I don't believe that the Creator would be such an asshole as to flood us out. I really don't. And that's just my opinion. I believe that I really, I mean, I hate to toot my own horn, but I do believe, and I put a lot of thought and effort into my theory that I put together. I believe that it has credibility. Now, is it true? I don't know. But I think it's got credibility. I think it's something that can be worked with, that can be worked on, and I think you can find, you know, more, you know, information that will help to fill in the blanks. But as for dumping water from the firmament above, which I believe there is a firmament, but I do not believe that was, I do not believe that's where the water came from to flood this out. I do not see. If you did, you would have rain coming straight down on the areas, for one thing, and we see flow. Okay. If the mud came, if you rain straight down on this area, you would have more like a liquefaction event. You would have straight flow, or no flow. You would have just straight mud, just raised levels. Okay, and you know, right here in this area, you know, it's fairly level, but in like old Boston, the old Boston areas, you definitely see flow. Okay. Depends on where you are. See, this area might have been graded. It's like a lot of the places I look at. I found that there's a coin that they have regraded the roads, and it's like I'd be trying to follow the flow, and they've regraded it, and it's like impossible to follow the flow. So you have to go to the records of look at that, window headers right there. That's so weird, but that's underground right there. Can't get you back any further. But yeah, it's you see that they grade the roads so that they're flatter, because, you know, roads that are on an angle are harder to drive, especially in areas where there's ice and snow. So they regrade it and make it easier for the commuters and whatever to get around. So that's something I had to deal with looking into these areas, is that, you know, we have to realize that they have manipulated everything, that we can't just go by. Nice blocked up Mudflood windows. This one's had some sort of problem here. I am lost. Okay, I guess I'll go this way. That's weird. Huh. Okay. Whoa, hello. That's pretty. Wait, what's that? Oh, okay. I'm not sure where we are. I have lost midway here. think I know. I think we're near the highway bridge thingy. That's a technical term, in case you didn't know. Scrub cartouche, that's pretty. Let's go back here. Let's see what's. Is this that building we looked at earlier? It was so cool. I think it is. Okay, let me go back here. Okay. I need to go. Okay, let me look at this and then. Okay, we were coming down this sucker right here. Get this marked off so we know where we are. This. Doing. Okay, let's mark it off to there. And we need to go down Marlborough Street. I'm trying to keep on track here. Let me see. Where's the streety sign? Where's the street sign at? I think you're supposed to know where you are. Oh, this is Marlborough Street. Okay. All right. Bear with a BEAGS. Okie dokie. Hope this isn't too painful for you guys. This is something I wanted to do this in pieces originally, but plans sometimes don't go as planned, and so in order to get this done, we're doing it this way, and it is what it is. So it's long drawn out, and that's that. Sometimes you got to do what you've got to do, and that's okay. That's interesting. Horse on top of that finial. It's a weird area here. And just think, all this is on stilts too. Yeah, that's just a weird thought in itself. Let's see if we can see what's going on here. Let's see if we can get down here real quick. Look down, old coal chute there. All right, work with me. Sometimes you got to go back, go forward. Okay. All righty. And I hope you have had a good week, you guys. I've been working a lot lately. I'm getting back into my handyman work, and I'm picking up new clients, and I do all kinds of odd jobs. I mean, one day this week I went to a elderly lady's house and cut down some trees for her that were hanging onto her house, and cleaned her gutters, and patched some mouse holes, and pressure washed the sidewalks. And then while I was doing that, the neighbor came over and asked me, I didn't know him, but he came over and asked me if I could put in a new door for him. There's the green man. So I picked up a new client and a new job, and also cleaned the man's pond up this week. Actually, it was two ponds, two very large ponds, and they were. I don't really know what happened, but he had let them. He's very busy, and he had somehow let them get out of hand over the past year. I guess he just didn't maintain them last year. I'm not really sure. I didn't ask. But anyways, they need to be cleaned up, and so I was out there cleaning that up, and that took 2 days, I think. I think that's how long it took me. But anyways, so I do a little bit of everything. Oh, and I built a shed for guy that he runs a mechanic shop, and he bought himself a new big old stand-up air compressor, and he wanted the air compressor to have a shed. So I built him a shed, and I've still got to roof it, and I put some vinyl siding on it, and then I got to install a compressor. Then I got to build him a air system to go into his shop and go to his. He's got 3 bays in his shop, and I got to build the air compressor system. So I do a little bit of everything. And so, I never know really what I'm going to get into. This morning I went and did some just one little job today. I went and did put some flex seal on a roof. Had a little bit of leaking on a roof. I went and got that done, and so that I did that this morning. Just little odd jobs. That's what I do. It's a little bit of everything, and I enjoy it. I get to build things and create, and I like working with my hands and working with wood, and I like helping people. It's a good feeling to be able to help. I help a lot of elderly people, and it's a good feeling to be able to help them because they need help. They need people to fix things because they gotten to where they can't do it, and so that's really good. And I've become friends with quite a few of these people, and they become kind of part of my life, just from working with them. And we end up having meals together and learning about their families. And like the guy I was working for today, he had his wife with him, and they brought their granddaughter. And so while I was working on the roof, the granddaughter was sitting there working on her homework, and she was telling me about her piano recital the night before. And it's just you get to know these people and their families, and it's just Tartarian lions, but those could be, that might, I don't know, it looks like a lion. I'm not sure what that is actually. That Phoenician shell, circumpunct possibly right there, sub rosa. No, but it's just you learn about that's a pretty tree right there. Learn about people's families, and I don't know. I just enjoy the work. I used to. I've had desk jobs. I've had. I had at one point in my life. I had a really nice desk job, my own office and secretary, and I had a service team, and I had engineer, and I've had jobs like that. Shirt and tie. I've had that job. And Phoenician wave right there. And I hate it. The money was really good, but I hate it. I mean, the people are just corporate people are just nasty. They can just be just hateful. And everybody's trying to, get everybody else's, everybody's trying to get everybody else. They're I don't know. I did not like that. And I've worked jobs where I've traveled the country, and I've also, owned my own business, and I've done that route. And that was the last big thing I did, was owning my own business, and I sold used surplus professional and broadcast quality audio video equipment. And I had a 40,000 square foot warehouse, and it was a big deal, and that did really well, but it about killed me. And then I woke up, and I sold all that off and moved forward. And I'm really glad I did that, because whereas I enjoyed that work, it was killing me. It literally put me in the hospital. That's why I had to shut it down, is because it literally almost killed me. And so I'm in the hospital, and the doctor comes in. He says, I said, when can I get back to work? And he says, well, you need to stay off, I had hurt my leg, and he said, you need to stay off your leg for 6 months. 6 months? The hell are you talking about, And so I said, well, he was right. I could hardly, walk. And so for 6 months I stayed, I closed down business and stayed off my leg and healed up. And in the process of that, I woke up because I had lots of time on my hands to do nothing. And so that actually woke me up, is that, I had the time to sit there and do a lot of thinking. And in that process, I woke up. So, it's weird. You just don't know how you're going to wake up. But that's kind of, in a nutshell, how I woke up. And it happens different for everybody. And it was a rude awakening. Within 2 weeks, I was very awake. I knew most things. And it took me, another, 10 years or so to, it's interesting right there, to see Flat Earth and Mudflood. Let's see, another 10 years or so. But I mean, that's okay. I mean, I went through 10 years of not being on the internet. I had the internet. My last business was internet based. So I lived on the internet. Like that's where I made my money. And like, I could not step away from the damn internet, because if I did, I could, if I got near the computer, I could make money. And it was just, it ran my life. And so I'm really glad that I stepped away from that, because that's good for some people, but for me, I needed to not do that. I was literally working, and I tell people all this all the time, and nobody believes me. But the truth is, I was working 7 days a week, because I literally could sit down at the computer and make money. All I had to do was sit down and sit at the computer, and I could generate profit. So, I have emails coming in, I have phone calls coming in, I have questions coming in, I have, it constantly. I never could get away. And it was 24 hours a day, because we sold around the world. So I'm sitting there selling to people in China, and which is a pain in the ass. And it's all over the world. So it's like 24 hours a day. And, I'd start my day off with I would drink a pot of coffee, and then I would get in the car and I'd go to Starbucks, and I'd get I think it was called a quad doppio espresso. I think that was what it's called. Anyways, it was 4, whatever you call it. It was 4 shots of espresso in a large coffee. And that's what I would drink then from Starbucks. And that would get you going. And so that's not healthy. If you know anything about espresso, it's probably not good to drink espresso all the time. And I was drinking 4 shots a day. But that's how I lived. I worked, and it was just constant. And I just couldn't get away from it. I was addicted to, at first it started off small. It wasn't a big deal when I first started the thing, and it just grew and grew and grew. And I originally started in my house, and I ran it from my house. And then I bought a storage unit that was across the street. And I worked out of the storage unit and for I don't remember, a year or two. And when I left the storage unit, I had it was 8 bays of storage unit that were 12 foot wide and 25 foot deep. And I had an electrician come in and wire it for electricity. And I had I don't remember how many employees working for me. I had a guy that would work on the equipment and take pictures of it and test it. And I had a couple girls. They were friends that they were lesbians, and they would box the packages. They would come in, and I'd pay them $20 per box to box an item up, and they just make money all day long. just boxing damn boxes up. And then things changed to where I could get into a deal in a warehouse with a joint effort. And we've got a 40,000 square foot warehouse, and I bought a foam machine, which is like a box foaming machine, and it was like at the time was like, oh god, I don't even know, like $1,500 for a pallet of the chemicals that are in the damn thing. I don't even remember. It was a lot of money, but anyways, that machine we would box the boxes with at that point, which made it a lot easier. And of course, we just charged the customer the additional fees. But we had forklifts and pallet jacks and trucks, and oh god, it was a nightmare. And I don't know, I was real proud of it. But the creator had other ideas for me, and here I am today, doing what I do. Whatever it is that I do, this is what I do now. I do my handyman work. That's my bread and butter. That's where I make the money to, my survival money, and I don't want to make bank. I don't ever want to have $1 million in my pocket. I never want money like that ever again. You can keep it. It was fun having that, but I don't need it anymore. It's not who I want to be. I want, to have the things that I need, but as for having a bunch of money, I just don't have any need for that. That's just me personally. I mean, there's nothing wrong with making money. I'm not saying that making money is a bad thing. I'm just saying, for me personally, I don't. It's not my goal. It's not my focus in life anymore. It was at one point. I mean, I was very driven by money. You dangled a carrot in front of my face, and I was, I was always looking for, opportunity to make money. That was what I did, and I was good at it. I was good at it, but that's not me anymore, and I'm really thankful for that. So anyways, I'm just rambling. I got nothing else to do here but look at these old world as above, so below. And this reminds me so much of Mary Poppins. I don't know. There's a reminds me of a place called Celebration, Florida. There's a little town called Celebration, Florida, and it's right outside of Kissimmee, Florida. And Kissimmee, Florida, is the town that's right outside. It is the closest to Disney World in Florida. Most people think it's Orlando, but it's actually Kissimmee. And so this, okay, I need to mark off my road here. This little town called Celebration was designed. It was an area that was developed by Walt Disney World, and it was supposed to be a town that was. The idea was they were going to create the perfect town, and it was just like self-contained, area, and the idea was it was going to have moving sidewalks, and it was going to be like this Mary Poppins kind of place, and it was supposed to be magical, and like at Christmas time they would bring out the fake snow and make it snow in the little downtown area, and it's just fake horse shit, rich people crap. But it was interesting to go there and see how it had not turned into what they had originally wanted. It never got the moving sidewalks, and it failed as an area. I don't even know if it's still there. It may still be there. I don't know, but it never became what they wanted it to become. It was basically an economic failure, and they never, as far as I know, they never developed it anymore. But anyways, the only reason I really know about it is because at one point I was hired to by the town of Celebration to do some work on their corporate office of their facility to give them some audio video equipment installation. And so anyways, that's how I know about it. But yeah, it was a weird little place. Had some nice restaurants. It just was a failed experiment that just never really did what it was supposed to. Anyways, not important. But there's a lot of weird things about our world. The more you look, this is a very strange world that we live in. There's flat earth asterisks right there. One day I need to make there's a fleur-de-lis. I believe that's a symbol for flat earth as well. The flat earth the fleur-de-lis. Sorry, flat earth asterisks as well. But I need to make a video on the flat earth asterisks someday to show, kind of what I found. Excuse me. I've been collecting pictures for a video on that for a long time, but I mean, at some point, I guess I got to quit collecting pictures and show you, what I found. Hold on, I got turned me around again. But, that's a big ass doorway. Good grief. Okay, let's see. There's an unscrubbed cartouche with a flower on it. Interesting. It's a complicated neighborhood here. No parking. Police take notice. Cars will be towed away. That's interesting. These people are very particular about their neighborhood. They don't want, riffraff down here. That's weird. They don't, if you don't belong here, they don't want you here. That hoity-toity people, they get like that. They think they own the world, and you're in their space. They're just, it's just fear. They're just afraid of, afraid you're going to be in their space, and they, I don't know, it's pathetic. I don't know. See, out here where I live in the country, and if we see somebody, we wave at them, and if they look like they're no good, well, we'll keep an eye on them, and if they do anything we don't like, well, they disappear. Not really, but we don't put up with shit out here. Everybody around me is armed. You don't fuck with country people. You just don't do it. It's a bad idea. City folk, they, hold on, I'll get back to look at that. Let's see what we got going here. Check that out. Flat earth asterisks right there. But we don't put all that crap around here. Just not something that you do. You see, we're in an area that, if you got in trouble, like you had a situation where you needed, the law to come out here to help you, yeah, they get out here. Yeah, they get out here pretty fast, but the truth is they don't get out here fast enough to really do anything. So you got to be able to handle your own business, So, shit happens, Oh, I forgot. This is a good story. When I was out there cleaning that pond, they had this weird thing. They had this. I was using a gas powered trimmer made by steel, and not that you care, but this gas powered trimmer, and I was using it to cut down this heavy, like, I'm not sure what that's a Vesica Pisces. I'm not sure what the stuff I was cutting down was, some kind of grass stuff. It might have even been the remnants or the base to what are called cattails. I'm not sure. I did find one thing that looked like it could have been the remnant of a cattail on one, but I'm not sure. You probably don't know what cattail is, but anyways, it's a plant. But I was out there cutting with this gas powered trimmer, and I hit something, and I saw it when the grass fell away. It looked like a plastic jar, but it looked strange, and so I bent down to pick it up because the man, he wants it cleaned up too, So I bent down to pick up this object, and it looked very strange, and I got it in my hand. I'm looking at it, and I don't know what this thing is. It just looked very strange. It was dirty, and it looked like a clear plastic container with like almost like gray rocks in it or something. And so I took it to the I was walking back after that, and I had it in my hand, and I just happened to turn it around. I'd not done that, and it had a target on it. Like, what the hell is this thing? And it was scratched up, so it's hard to read. But then I finally got my eyes on it, and it was one of those target incendiaries that you put out and you shoot it, and when you shoot it, it blows up and it makes a big boom. So I hit this sucker, and it cut a hole in the side of it. I mean, I really hit it, and it did not blow up. But if that thing had a blown up where I was standing, I probably would not be here tonight, because that thing. And I'll tell you how I know, because later that day we got out the AR and shot this incendiary, and it blew it. Boom! I mean, that thing was loud. It was a big one. It wasn't a little incendiary, and it was a big boomer. So I guess I came close to blowing myself up this week, I guess. So that happened. Now that's very interesting. Very door underground. Wow. Let's get a little closer to that so you can see more. Good grief. Look at that. So anyways, I get in all kinds of weird things. I don't know. It's just the way it goes. It's the way it goes sometimes. But anyways, this was on a farm, and the guy has 2 mini pigs, and he's got 2 big pigs, and he's got chickens, and the chickens would sit on top of the pig. So I'd be rubbing the pig's head, and the chicken would be on top of the pig hanging out, and he has about 4 of those mini goats. A porthole, that's cool. And so there's another porthole. He's got what else? He's got 2 big horses, beautiful horses. One of them's not a Clydesdale, but like a Clydesdale. Just incredible horse, humongous. What else has he got? He's got turtles and fish. He had about 100 ducks, and I said, "Why did you buy so many ducks? That's a lot of ducks." And I'm talking like 100 ducks. He said, "I didn't buy them ducks. Them ain't my ducks." I said, "Well, whose ducks is they?" He said, "They're the gun ranges back behind me." So the gun range is like a shooting foul range place that they shoot. That you can go back there and and hunt, and they had bought ducks to put in the pond so people could shoot them. And the ducks just flew over the woods and got in this guy's pond, and now they live there. So all the ducks have taken up residence at the property next door because they don't want to get shot. I was like, that's classic. I like it. Venetian shell. I just thought that was great. Oh, wow. Look at that. Lion, Tartarian lion. Wow. That's incredible right there. I-8, 86. But, a little mudflood unit. Little tiny mudflood window there. But those ducks were cool. They would follow you around, and they wanted to be part of action. So that was that. I rode my e-bike down there. That was fun, riding around on that thing down there. So that was entertaining. And I found out, I don't know if Little Ozarks Farmstead's in here, but we've been joking for a couple years about Cuban sandwiches. And I found out this week that we have a new Cuban restaurant in the town near me, and I will be getting me a Cuban sandwich shortly. I am very excited about that because I hadn't had a Cuban sandwich in a long time. It's not the kind of thing you want to go to say, I don't know, Subway and say, I want a Cuban sandwich. No. You want to go to, a proper Cuban restaurant to get a Cuban sandwich. You want it made, the real deal, But I'm really excited about that. So when I found out that, I was hoorah, So that's some good news. I'm just rambling. I'm not got nothing important to say. I'm just rambling. So don't think you're gonna find some wisdom here too much. There's that weird shield symbol thingy. What's going on there? Can't figure out what that doodad is. Okay. All right. Hello. Interesting architecture, I tell you. What a world. There's a lot to look at here. I knew this was going to be painful. I knew. It needs to be done, though. This is definitely something I wanted to look at. And I can definitely do this without a problem. So I hope you guys are enjoying as much as can be enjoyed, but this ain't much of a dog and pony show. Not tonight. Can't do too much dog and ponying looking at this, but that's weird right there. I hope you guys are having fun in the chat, building your community, getting to know people. I think that's a good thing is to get to know the people in your community, that you're like-minded people that are trying to learn the same things you are, and sharing. And check out the Mudflood winters there. You got your flow there. Is it the flow? Let's get back down here. See how it's going down? So that's flow. Wow, that's cool. Okay, where am I? All right. You want to put me where I want to go, please? Thank you. Hello, doggies. And I got Roscoe Pico Train. That's my Chihuahua sitting beside me. He's taking him a nap. Old bricked up Mudflood winter. Go, 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 go. That's weird. Done some finagling around here. Another bricked up window. Weird little area here. A lot of bricked up stuff. Kind of odd. I am freaking lost. It's good to look at the bottoms down here at the edges, because sometimes you'll see little treasures. Okay, let me get bearings. Okay, where am I? Okay, that is okay. We've done Marlborough Street, so we need to be here next. Okay, let me mark that road off. This is that one, and we did this one. And we did from here to here. And we did from here to here. And we did from here to here. Nope. And we did from here to here. Here to here. Here to here. There to there. And here to here. And there to there. Okay. Now we've gone through all that. Okay. Oh, let me see. Wrong one. Okay. Let me check his and see if any questions. Let's see. Blah blah blah. Let me see. I got to see where I was. Okay. Josh R is asking, are there any viaducts in Boston? I don't know. I have not found viaducts in Boston. I have not looked for viaducts in Boston either. So the answer is I don't know.
Hey, BEAGS?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd check that out. It does say that there is one in Atlantic Avenue in Boston. There's a small area there, but I haven't really looked into it.
Okay, cool. Nice. Let's see. Also, does it have any underground railways? Well, it's got underground subways. So I would, it's possible there was some underground railways. I don't know the answer to that either. It's possible. I know there's some underground rail things, tracks, at the very least. Let's see. Ann Pearson's asking, I hope you're right. It's disturbing to me to think that God would flood us out. And that's how I feel. I don't feel that God, the creator, Bob, whatever you want to call it, would be such an asshole as to flood us out. At least in the last, 200 years or 300, 400, whatever, since the 1800s. I just don't, now maybe it's possible that something like that might have happened a long time ago, thousands and thousands of years ago, in this great flood that they talk about in the histories. Maybe there was something going on. I've suspected that maybe man got in there and started manipulating DNA and started creating things they shouldn't have. and that maybe some things needed to be removed from the earth, and maybe there was a great flood in order to start that over again. Maybe but as for did God do that recently? I just don't think so, and I don't think God would try to erase our creations, because that's the whole point of us being here. That's just my opinion. Morning glory, different kinds of resets in different regions at different times. It's a possibility. I do believe that there were different resets for sure in different times. And it's possible, very possible, that different areas were mud flooded at different times. That's possible. And yes, there was an event that was where they melted things a long time ago. I don't believe it was in the 1800s. I think that the areas that were melted were mainly in areas that aren't used now. Not in the cities that we see today, but in areas that are well outside of the civilized areas of today. Let's see. Josh R., was there a great fire in Boston? Yes. And Pearson, the Great Boston Fire of 1760 was a major conflagration that occurred in 1776 in downtown Boston. Yes. Morning glory, do we know for sure it is built on stilts, or that's what we're told? Great question, morning glory. I cannot answer that question. I did try to look into that question, and I came up with inconclusive answers. The answer is I don't know. They could tell us anything. It seems to be that they are in control of what is seen below. So I don't know the answer to that. But I did question, are those stilts actually there? I do not know for sure. Yes, they show us pictures of stilts underground level, and but as for it seems to me, if you look into it, you'll find that there's supposedly a lot of these buildings are having this problem where the stilts are rotting, and that you would think that with all these buildings having the same problem, and it's like you've got hundreds of these stilts under these buildings each. Okay, 400 in some cases, stilts under one building. If you've got all these stilts being fixed, you would think at some point somebody with an iPhone would pull it out and take a video of it, just because they're trying to show their work. And I did not find that. So, good question. Most of the good morning glory. Most of these doors have been downsized? Question mark. See it? Question mark. Yeah, the doors have been cut down in a lot of places. Matter of fact, in the Beacon Hill neighborhood, I found doors that were literally like half size, which is very strange. GT 1982 Mustang, Biggs, don't you think maybe it was a swamp with buildings sticking out? Appears sea level has risen since mud floods, so they didn't have to fill in the streets to make buildings usable again. Okay, I'm not understanding the question. Biggs, blah, blah, blah. Maybe it was a swamp with buildings sticking out of it. I'm not sure I'm reading that question right, because if have you ever been to a swamp? I've got a swamp that is 1,000 feet behind my house, and I assure you, you don't want to live in a swamp. So, if that's what you're asking, I don't think you've ever been to a swamp. I'm not sure what you're asking there. Definitely do not want to have a building built in a swamp. It's a nasty, horrible place. Kim Ray asks, what is normally on the cartouches? Different things, symbols. They were all different. I've seen all kinds of things on cartouches. Yeah, who knows? Some of them are still unscrubbed, and you can see letters on them. Some of them have images. Some of them have symbols. I've seen fire helmets on them. I've seen, all shields. I've seen crests. I've seen all kinds of things. Anything they wanted. It was you know how we have McDonald's symbols today, or Wendy's signs, or the sign for Walmart. Well, that's what was on the cartouches. It was the symbol of whatever was there. I Heart Fairies A2. God didn't do it. We set Hydro Wars. Set weather off balance. Yeah, I don't think. Okay, some rednecks coming down the road doing their truck. Boom, 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 boom. Hope that didn't bother you. I don't think that. I don't think God did this kind of crap. I think that's really a man thing. We're kind of, we can be real assholes. So anyways, let's get back into it. Let's see. Make sure I'm right. Okay. And this is Commonwealth Avenue. We're going to go down the first side here. And look, this is a two-sided street. You got one side here and one side here. So we're going to go down the first side and take a look at this. This, I'm guessing, Fleur-de-lis right there. Phoenician Shell. I'm guessing that this road is the main drag. It's in the center of the neighborhood. So I would assume that this is the most exclusive of the neighborhood. Poor hole there, but I don't know for sure. I found a video this week of some Mexican explorers that do urbex. I don't even know what I'm going to do it. These guys are going in and finding and investigating. I don't think they're mud flooders. I don't know. I haven't gotten. Everything they do is in Spanish, and I don't speak Spanish. So tourist field. So I don't understand what they're saying, but I mean, just this one building I looked at that they went and looked at was like, check out that right there. Got some underground action there. This one building I've got to figure out how to show you guys this thing. It's like an hour long, but it's so freaking, they call it a farm. That was the official narrative of what it was, but I'm sorry, if that thing's a farm, I'm, Fred Durst. I mean, this thing is just, it's so weird. I don't even, it's so strange. It's in this place called, I'm going from memory, San Francisco, oh man, I'm not remembering the name of it. It's some Spanish name. It's a Jalico, something like that. I don't remember. I gotta figure out how to show you guys this thing. But I don't know. Mexico is high freaking weirdness, man. The stuff they got going on there, I don't even know what the hell happened there. I mean, you got the Mayan stuff, and it's just, you got the Olmec stuff. You got some serious shit went down in Mexico. That's all I know. I Phoenician Shell. I don't know what is going on in Mexico. I find it very confusing. It's so buried under the jungles, a lot of it. But just this old, I keep finding these old world, incredible old world structures there that are just next level. They're very different from what we have here, or even in Europe. They're their own. That's amazing. They're their own thing. It's a whole nother level. it reminded me of very much of my video about Posada del Sol, the Hotel of the Sun video that I did. That it reminded me a that's the construction, in ways reminded me a lot of this new thing. I don't know. I'll figure out a way to show it to you. I don't like to just a lot of times. I like to try to find a creative way to show things that's more interesting than just looking at a video. I try to add a little bit of oomph to it. It's like a gal getting purdied up for a date. You know what I mean? I mean, I try to purdy up the research so it's more fun. I think learning should be fun. It should be something, because research can be dull and boring, and then every now and then you find something really cool. But I do try to find ways to make it more interesting, if possible. So anyways, because this is just this camera is weird. It's like it's shining off those buildings. That's interesting. The sun's hitting and it's just blinding it. Porthole. Let's see. Nice door below ground. All these have doors below ground, by the way. You just can't see them. Can't see them too good from the Google. Google, hey, get your ladder out of my way. I'm trying to look at this old world building. What's wrong with you? Got time for that. There's a swastika, in case you need that. Swastika is an old world symbol. Roman numerals. Somebody could read that for me, please. Laurel for control. That's a nice one. No, good questions in the chat tonight. I appreciate the questions. I like it when you guys participate. I think you should participate more often. I think a lot of people are scared to ask a question. They don't want to be wrong, or they don't want to seem silly, or they think it's a stupid question, or fuck that. You got a question, ask it, and then you might learn something. You might find out while you're asking that you're right. You might find out you're wrong, but at least you found out. And you might disagree with the answer, and all that's okay. We're all on our own journey. I mean, every one of us has a crazy ass story. You don't get, awake like, we are at this point without having gone through some shit, We've all been through it in different ways. Maybe some more than others. I mean, I know, in my life, I've been through events that I just can't even put into words. I've literally pretty much lost count. I could easily say 10 times, almost been killed. I mean, straight up, just, how did I live through that, kind of thing. So, I mean, it's just part of, I think we're built different. I think every human, Phoenician show, I think every human is special, and everybody has, special Phoenician way, special contribution. But I also think that there's some of us, Flower Life 4L, I believe there, nice door below ground level. Looks like, wait a minute. Yep. Sorry, it was tricking an eye. But I think the ones of us that have awakened early, I think that what we're here to do is to get ourselves not only awake, but figure out a few things, and try to get our foothold, so that when the sheep will start waking up, which will eventually happen. I know it's hard to believe, but when the dumbasses eventually pull their heads out of their ass and pull their heads out of their sand, you know, scrub cartouche, Taurus field, that they're gonna need help. And you know, I've also got the speculation that at that time we won't have the internet, and so we're not going to be able to say, okay, well, go watch this video or go watch that video. I got a feeling that maybe we're going to have to help guide these people without those tools. And maybe that's why we're learning what we're learning the way we're learning it now, so that when those tools are no longer available, that we can still offer our help to these people that are newly awakening into this crazy ass world that we live in. Because I know what it was like when I woke up. I distinctly remember the moment that I realized, like, the gravity of the situation, that's excuse the terminology there, FE people, but that would be my word at the time, is the gravity of the situation, of how deep the shit goes. That, you know, when you wake up to all the shit that's happening, okay, when you get a grip on it, when you finally go, oh my God, I see what's going on, I get it. When that finally hits you, okay, it punches you in the gut, okay, and it really hits you between the eyes. I know it did me, and I'm sure it did you guys too. And I remember getting tears in my eyes and just, you know, weeping like, fuck me. This is, I know it's true. I see it now, but I cannot believe it. You know, it is. How did I not see it before? And it's, you realize how ignorant, how, you know, asleep you've been, and it fucks you up, because it's just like, and it flipped me upside down. I mean, I'll tell you the truth, it really flipped me upside down. It was not easy to awaken. So, you know, I'm sure everybody, that there's that weird symbol. I don't know what that thing is. Got your urns. I don't know what everybody's awakening was like. I don't know if some people have an easy awakening and some people don't. I just know that mine was not easy. And then, of course, I went through the period of a couple years, maybe 3 years. I can't remember. You don't keep a log of this stuff. Ether fencing, ether finial. But I went through the first couple to few years of, you know, everything was rainbows and unicorn farts. You know, everything was spiritual and love and light. And, you know, I tried to look at everything through that lens, and that was wonderful, because, you know, coming from a dark world where, you know, I lived, you know, the normal sheep life, you know, making money, you know, drinking and chasing women. You know, I love fast cars, love fast women. That was who I was, you know. Not saying there's nothing wrong with it. I'm just saying that's who I was. And you know, that's a dark way of living, you know. There's nothing sustaining in that. There's nothing check this out. Hello. But at Wind Catcher, what they got going, they're doing some work up top there. Yeah, that was a shaking event for me. But you know, I went through the first couple of years, and I was, man, I could, if I was into this research at that point, I can't even imagine what I'd be able to go through. I have, like, toned down in the last, I don't know, since 2013, right after 2012, a lot of things changed in January 2013 for me, and so portholes, and Phoenician shells, and so oh man, that's amazing. But I could go a mile a minute, spitting off this stuff, and it's just, after that, at some point I went through, the dark night of the soul. And, if you don't know what that is, it's kind of complicated to explain, but at the fencing, dark night of the soul is kind of, the way I kind of look at it is like a rebalancing. Okay. You wake up, and then, you have this love and light, the light comes into your life, and it hold on, I didn't want to go that far. The light comes into your life, and you start seeing the wonderful, beautiful things about our universe, and things like that. But then, you kind of tip too far to the light, and you become unbalanced. And at that point, you start to have your dark night of the soul. And that is a very, like, personal, deep time of inward reflection. And it's just a very dark period of contemplation, because you realize it's not all love and light, that there is a duality of the light and the dark. And then on the other side of that, you come to a balance, and it's a good thing. But it's a hard thing to go through because you go through this time period where everything's love and light, and then you get to this dark period. You get Green Man, you get this dark period, and it's kind of upsetting, because because you're like so excited to have this love and light, and you got the rainbows and the unicorn farts going around, and everything's wonderful. But then, this darkness comes back, and you're like, no, I don't want, no, not the dark. No, I don't want to go back there. No. But then you realize that you're not back where you were. You're not seeing the darkness that you were seeing. You're not looking at the veil. You're seeing the actual darkness, that there is darkness in the universe, and that it's how it works. There has to be darkness. Without dark, there is no light, and without light, there is no dark. And once you come to that realization, then you find the balance point. Now, that doesn't mean that you have to be half dark and half light as a person. I mean, you can be, more to one side. It's more of a understanding that you have to have both. You're not going to have a universe with all light. It's not going to happen. That there has to be dark and light. There has to be good and bad. There has to, well, why does God let bad things happen to good people? Because bad things have to be able to be allowed to happen, and we choose to have bad things happen to us. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but if something bad happens to you, you chose to go through that experience. Now, why you chose to go through that experience, that's something that you have to figure out. And I don't care how bad the experience was. It does not matter how bad your experience was. You think of the worst thing that's ever happened to you, okay? And what I'm telling you is that you chose to do that. Before you came here, before you incarnated, you chose to have that shitty, terrible, horrible, worst thing that ever happened to you experience. You chose that. Okay? That's just the way it is. And it's okay. And when you're dead and gone, and you get back to your soul level, you raise up in the dimensions, and you're back in your light body, and you when you get back, okay, and you start reflecting. There's a flat earth asterisk. And there's some horse shit we made right there. When you get to reflecting on your life, you'll understand this. It'll make sense to you. You'll realize why you had these experiences. I promise you, it will make sense in the end. And really, the end is just the beginning. I don't know. That's thinking back, just a bad experience I had when I was in 8th grade. I went to boarding school, and the townies, they did not like us kids from the boarding school. Phoenician Shell, they I don't know why they didn't like us. They just didn't like us. I don't know. It was a tradition not to like. I don't know. Who knows? People don't like people for stupid reasons. I don't know. I never knew why they didn't like us, but they didn't like us. And then, we were basically told to not like them either, but which was stupid. But one day, me and another guy walked into town, and Florida Lee, portholes, and there was this gazebo, and we were sitting downtown on this gazebo. It was right by the train tracks, and there was this this group of boys from town. It was like 3 or 4 of them, and they were townies, and they came up to us, and they started talking junk to us. And they started. There was another guy with me, and he was a little bit older, and he was a bigger boy, and they started pushing him around, and they told him to go and get them a carton of cigarettes. Like, I don't know. The way I remember, they basically did not say, "Here's money, go get us a carton of cigarettes." They said, "Go get us a carton of cigarettes, and we're going to hold your friend until you get back." So basically, I was held for ransom of cigarettes. And I was, little fella compared to these guys. These were big high school boys. And so the kid left. He didn't have the money to buy a carton of cigarettes. And the way I remember it, he wasn't even old enough to buy cigarettes. So he left and left me there. And so these boys, they started getting antsy, and they decided to mess with me. And so they started punching me in the face. And I honestly do not know how many times that they punched me in the face. It was a lot. Enough that it made my lower jaw crooked, my teeth, for life. There's still, I still have some crooked teeth on the bottom because of this day. And so they just kept punching me in the face. And this was literally out in the middle of, God and everybody. The entire town could have seen this. And why nobody ever stopped this from happening, I don't know. Check that out. Maybe little griffins. Whoa, look at that. So I don't know how many times it was one guy. I shouldn't say these guys. It was one guy, and he's the one guy kept punching me. And finally the guy got back, and he had gone and stolen a pack of Tartarian Griffin right there, stolen a pack of a carton of cigarettes. And I remember when he got back that they stopped hitting me, and then the guy put his arms around me, and he said, I want to tell you that your friend here can take a fucking punch, and he's all right with us. Tartarian Lion, and Florida Lee, Phoenician Shell, and then they told us to get on. That's interesting right there. I'm not sure what that is. They told us to get on, and so we ran back to school. And when we got back, I was beat to shit. I mean, I couldn't even hide it. I had the shit beat out of me. I mean, straight up. And so the older kids at the school, they're like, what happened to you? And I'm like, I told them what happened, and they just pure T beat the hell out of the guy that was with me because he didn't defend me. But for some reason, before I incarnated on Earth, I chose to be in that situation where I got the shit beat out of me. Literally. I didn't fight back. I mean, I was too young, and there was 4 of them, me, and I was scared to death. And, I couldn't, what the hell was I going to do? Even if I had to try to fight back, I mean, it wouldn't have done any good. So I just took their punches, and I took them like a champ. And, flat earth asterisks. But what the lesson is there, I mean, I don't know. I really don't know what the lesson is there. All I know is that I chose that lesson. And that's just one bad experience. And it's not the worst experience in the world. I mean, I'm sure you guys have had worse experiences. I've had worse experiences. But, my point is that I chose that. For whatever stupid reason, I chose that. Phoenician wave. Wait a minute. Oh, get back here. Yeah, Phoenician wave. I always check those to make sure they're not swastikas. But anyways, that was that story. It's weird the things that happen to us in this world, the experiences we have. We're amazing creatures. Look at this horse shit right here. Jeez. And this is Commonwealth Avenue, in case you've forgotten where we are. Da 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 da. But just if you guys are going through a hard time and you're wondering, why me, God, why me, don't put it on God, put it on yourself, and realize that there's something you're supposed to learn from the experience. Don't blame God. God didn't do that. You did. Okay. God is providing you a medium for you to have that experience, which is your incarnation on Earth. But God's not doing that. It's not like God is an asshole and wants to hurt you. God doesn't want to hurt you. But God has put you here so you can experience, experience things you can't feel. I'm trying to get down that little road. I don't think it's going to let me. It's these Mudflood winters. You can't experience what it's like to get punched in the face unless you're in the 3rd dimensional reality. It's just not possible. You're a 5th dimensional light being. You're not going to feel somebody punch you in the face. That's just the way it is. I mean, makes sense, right? A light body can't be punched. You might be able to spit some spiritual truths in your 5th dimensional light body and talk a little shit, but you're not going to be able to cry about it. So we come to this, I don't know what the hell that thing is. We come to this 3rd dimensional reality it's like a learning center for souls to have experience and feel, and so it can be hard lessons. Why does God let bad things happen to good people? Because that's what they want. That's what they want. You have wanted to have those experiences. Let me do my lines here. Make sure I'm going good. And we'll put that one there and that one there. Okay. Okay. Oh, wrong area. Okay. Continuing on. Soldiering on. Let's see. I'm going to try to, I don't know how well it's going to work. I'm going to try to, I'm going to commandeer there's a little 4-year-old next door. She's got a dollhouse. And I'm going to commandeer her dollhouse while she ain't looking. And I'm going to try to do a mud flood experiment where I show how the rain, floods and how the mud can run down into the cities. I just think it's a cool idea. I don't know how well it's going to work. I've got to work that out, but I don't know. I just something I thought would be cool, something fun to do. Check that out. Check out that underground right there. Wow. So anyways, I'm going to try that. And maybe it'll work. Maybe it won't. I don't know. And I'll try not to mess up the dollhouse. If I do, I'll have to get her another one because she will kill me. She's sweet, but she will kill me if I mess her dollhouse up. But yeah, I'm trying to think of new ways to show you guys what I'm thinking. Sometimes my idea is a little bit. Oh, look, fake spaceman. Ministry of Supply. What? Do what? Okay, that's odd. Okay. All right. Need explanation on that. Nice underground there. But yeah, I'm trying to think of ways to explain myself better. Because it's like Ozbeast made the wonderful animation. He did a really good job of that. You should check it out. Thank you, Ozbeast. I know you're still there in the in the background there for me. But he did a wonderful job of trying to put my vision into an animation, and he did that with no funds, no real technology that you would normally make animations with. So he pulled that out of his back end, and I really appreciate that because he worked really hard on it, and he deserves to get credit for that. Pavement. But that was a good band. I went to see Pavement at, I believe it was called the Palace in LA. Full disclosure, we smoked a nice big old fatty before we went in and watched the show, and it was incredible. Hold on, I've turned it around here. Where's Emma? Okay. But wait, that's did I do Public Alley 431? 426 what? 434. I'm a little lost here. Bear with me a second. I know I did that. I did that. Let's get down right here. I don't know. Sometimes I get a little lost here. I hope this is right. If not, forgive me. Doing the best I can. Yes, construction. It's always good to look at construction areas. Just never know. Look, that's going down in the ground right there. Very interesting. but yeah, I went to see Pavement. That was really cool. We went to eat. I remember. I'm trying to remember. We went to eat Thai food right across the street from the Capitol Records building, and which was really good. And then we went to see Pavement, and they were really good. I don't even know if they're around anymore. They had 2 drummers. Remember that? And I think the place is called the Palace, but that was an incredible venue to see a live show. I was really impressed with that venue. Really just had a good vibe there. I don't know. I just really enjoyed it. That was one of the most enjoyable shows I ever got to see. See, a lot of the shows I've seen many countless shows. I don't even know how many, because that was, I was in the entertainment business, and so I've just seen a lot of shows. I can't even tell you. I could not sit here and give you a list of the shows I've seen. I just couldn't do it. But that was one of the most enjoyable shows I ever saw. Just not because it was necessarily the best show. It's just I just enjoyed it. I was one of the shows I got to really enjoy. So that's that. Nice little underground there. I don't even know if Pavement's still around anymore. I've listened to their records since, and I really I didn't really care for their stuff, their recorded stuff, their studio stuff. There's the was that the Armor Without the Man in or something? Got a cartouche, a lion, Tartaria. It's a crazy building right here. Gargoyles. Let's see. Maybe a griffin up here. That's a hell of a building. Oh my goodness. Let's see here. I hope you guys are enjoying the chat there. I know this is long. That's just the way it's going to be tonight. I'm trying to accomplish a goal here. My point isn't to be, entertaining for a long period of time. My point is to get this area gone through. And then you can look at it and make your own determination as to what you think. Was this already here? Did we fill this in and put stilts down and, build this up? Or, what do you think? Do you think we did that? Think we did that? What's your own opinion? I just don't think we did this. Oh, let go. Okay. Alrighty. Where am I at? Going this way. Circle symbol. See that a lot. And this is Newsbury. Okay. And then, so we were just here. Let's mark that off. Okay. And then we're going to go down here. We're making progress here. Here's your circumpunct. That's the symbol for the creator. Wowzers. That's cool. I don't know. Let's see. This is just art. just the amount, you think about how just the differences in architectural designs of these buildings, how they're so different on each one. It's amazing the creativity that they had. I mean, there's so many different. I don't know. Today everything's so flat, and the brutalist facade stuff is just it's horrible. But back then, I mean, oh my god, the old world. This is what it looked like. Everything was like this. I-86, but the old world, everywhere around the world looked like this. This is what's cool about this neighborhood, is that this is like a time capsule. Yes, some of it has been changed. Yes, it's underground. Yes, got to have that. But I mean, it's in a lot of ways very much what it would have looked like all around the world. And I find that really, really cool. Ooh, let me down there. It's Mudflood window. I mean, look at that detail right there. Just that. That's amazing. Just imagine that the world actually looked like this everywhere you went. All around, every town, every city. Every town, every city looked like this at one point, in a way. I mean, Hempfest. Hempest. Okay. And now I think this just from my research, and a lot of you will probably bark and disagree and ninny it and whatever. This is my opinion, and I'm driving, so I'm gonna give my opinion. But as for why did they make marijuana illegal? My research seems to point to that's weird. That they didn't want to it wasn't marijuana they were trying to get rid of, it was hemp. That the paper companies were pissed off that the hemp the hemp growers were able to sell their products, and they were eating their profits. And so they made marijuana illegal, and in association, hemp. So they went after marijuana to get the hemp, and they wanted there was so many products that they were making with hemp that they could make money on, that they figured, well, if we make marijuana illegal, then it'll get rid of hemp. And I think that's what they did. And so now we're stuck with people going to jail for small amounts of marijuana, and the prison industrial complex gets to make money, and it's all about making money. And then they get out of prison and they can't get a job, so then they become worse human beings, and they have to. You literally, yes, some people can go to prison, and yes, they can get out, and yes, they can thrive, but you know what? Most people go to prison and they come out and they're a hell of a lot worse than before they went in, because there's no, you don't get reformed in prison. Okay, you get an education in crime. So now whether you come out and use that education in crime for good or bad is up to you. But if you come out and you can't get a decent job because you're a felon, okay, what are you going to do? You got to pay, you got to pay your way, you got to live, and you can't get a decent job. A decent job now. Not everybody wants to work a shit job for shit pay. Some people got more ambition than that. Matter of fact, most people got more ambition than that. So what do? What are you going to go do? Work a minimum wage job, sweating in a factory, when you could, sell some, weed or whatever? Come on. They go to crime. Why would you not? In the prison industrial complex, this is designed like that so that they can get, people into the system and keep them revolving in and out as customers. And the more customers they have, the more money they get. It's all about money. They don't want you to be reformed. They want you to come back, repeat customer. You look at I forget where it is, Norway maybe, where they have the prison that's out on the island, and the prisoners can go into town, and I'm talking about murderers, okay? And they go into town and they work and they come back and there's no guards, and they grow their own food and make their own beds and wash their own laundry, and they sustain themselves, but there's no bars, there's no fences, they're just on an island, and they can come and go during, as needed to go work, and they work jobs, and they at night they get, basically they have to be not locked up, but they have to be on the island, and that's that, and they have they don't have any problems. Maybe here and there, but for the most part, they don't have any problems. I mean, that's something to think about. How can you have axe murderers, on an island, chilling, going in and out of town, and being okay, going in and out of town by themselves? Now, I'm not talking about they're escorted. I'm not talking about in chains. I'm talking about no cuffs, no escort. They go into town and they work and they come back, because it's the alternative. I-875 Prince School. The alternative is that they get, locked up, and then they're like our prisoners who turn out really, really bad. And they know, okay, yeah, I've been a bad boy. I'm going to, go under this penal system here where I'm on this island, and that's going to be my life. And okay, fine. All right. And they do their time, and that's that. But, I don't know. It's just we need to get away from this penal system, and we need to stop killing people, death penalty. I mean, tit for tat ain't working. Because somebody kills somebody doesn't mean that it's a good idea to take their life too. I mean, it's killing one soul and then killing another soul in retaliation is not a good thing. That's not okay. The creator's not okay with that. We need to find a different way to handle those situations. Now, I don't know the answer. This is my opinion. And I know it's a horrible thing. You've had people, killed that, by somebody, and you want retaliation, blah, blah, blah. I get it. That is just wow. Okay. But that's a soul. It's a bad soul. It's a soul that chose to go towards the dark, yes. But killing that soul is not. It makes you just like them. It does. I mean, you're killing somebody because they killed somebody does not. Two wrongs don't make a right. That's just my opinion. And you have your own opinion, and that's okay too. These buildings are phenomenal. This was a hell of a neighborhood, no doubt. Look at that. Wow. I think this is the Old South Church, maybe. This right here. I think that's what that is. Not positive. Could be wrong, but something to think about. I'm not really getting into the details too much of this building and that building. This has a very Moorish look to it. Very cool. There's that weird symbol. And that's got axes coming off the sides. That's interesting. Reminds me of a fasciste. Lots of below ground here. Makes no sense. I just would not want a business or a residence or anything below ground. I just now someone was saying Alberta earlier, maybe they have basements and that's like a thing. I don't know. I'm not, I have to go see it for myself in order to say, oh yeah, that makes sense. But I might get there and find out that, well, no, they've got basements, but they're maybe, a lot of times they'll copy things. I don't know if you know this, but there's actually a new fad coming around where new businesses are building buildings. Like I saw this on a CVS or a Walgreens or something, and they built their building to look like a mud flooded old world building. Like they built the sides to have like bricked up windows, the whole thing. And that's becoming a thing. That's really weird. But a lot of times they would copy things that they saw and try to. It's like trying to justify why there's windows below ground. They would build new structures with windows below ground because, well, that's how you do it, or we do that. Yeah, we do that. Yeah. Look, here we're building it. Flat Earth asterisks. You really need to. New England Historic Geological Society. Okay, and you really need to do the research into the buildings before you, say, oh, well, that's old world or it's not old world. There's an unscrubbed cartouche right there. The circumpunct, symbol for the creator. More underground. Okay. A lot of nice shops here, it looks like. RH Tourist Field. We're getting there. Very pretty. I don't know what church that is. I can't read it. Let's get that underground right there. The person down there. I'm supposed to build a chicken coop soon. I hadn't built one of those in a while. That sounds fun. Chickens are cool. If you ever had chickens. Not a very good prep though. But oh boy. I'm off. I got off my trail here. That's all right. We found the road again. Interesting symbols there. Not sure what's going on there. Let's get a little better look at them. No. Underground. That's just amazing. There's so many little churches and cathedrals in this neighborhood. It's not even funny. Boston looks like a very cool place. I've been to Boston, but not down. I just didn't get to see anything. So I wish I had of. I mean, this place looks badass. Looks like a whole nother world. Okay, we're at the end of the road here. Mudflood winter there. Okay, let's see. I think there's a side street here. Let's. Okay. Arlington Street Church, porthole. There's the wind catcher. Okay, let me see here. Okay, when you went down Newberry Street, right there, we are making progress here now. Now we're cooking with mud. That's pavement glass right there. How about that? Sure is. And so that's the first I've seen that today. You know, it's amazing to me how many people in our community still do not know what pavement glass is. No clue. They don't have any idea. Like, I get it all the time. What is pavement glass? Still to this day. Like, I mean, even after all the showing of pavement glass I've done, all the videos I've made on pavement glass, I still get what is pavement glass. I just find it interesting. It's like there's so many people that it's really hard to get this information out. It's very difficult. And I try very hard, but I don't know. You can holler from the top of the mountaintops, but okay, what have I done here? Okay, I'm coming down here. Oh, okay, so I need to skip this building. Okay. Let me mark that off. Okay. Got to keep track of this. This is. Oh, hello. Hello, little fella. I knew this was going to be complicated, so I wanted to map it out. Check out that underground right there. Wow, that's cool. Porthole. And the portholes, a long time ago, they would have opened and closed. So they would have been able to regulate air flow with that, just so you know. So we got a building here, and this is that building we were looking at earlier. Okay, let me get up and over and drop down. Oh, hello, little fella. Okay, need to get over here. Right, yeah. Get back over here. And I need to go down this little alley right here. Okay, are you going to let me down? Let me see. Sometimes it's cranky. Let me down. Okay. Okay, alrighty. I wonder how this is a tiny little alley. Some things they get on Google Earth, it's like, wow, I can't believe they got that. And then other times they don't get it, which is weird. I don't know. I'm not really sure. Like maybe they don't want to go down certain places or something. I don't know. It's kind of got a Moorish look to it right there. Beautiful. And the Moors were in America. That's a whole nother story. I really need to get into that one day. Is where I think that all came from. I think that's a very fascinating avenue of research. I can't do it. I can't do it all though. I just do what I can and see where we go from there. Let's see. It's a hell of a tour. I tell you what, this is I know a guy that bought a this is a knockoff, but I know a guy that bought a real military Humvee, and he's fixing it up, and it came with no roof and 2 doors, and he's had it modified with 4 doors and a roof, and that thing is so cool. Military surplus, decommissioned. It was like a cargo transport truck. It wasn't like for the troops, and that's how he could get it, because I guess normally the troop transports they have technology on that they have to decommission, and you can't get those. But he got this one military surplus, and it's cool. So that's something I saw recently. Very neat. Let's see here. What you doing on your break? And I appreciate you hanging out with me here. This is taking a hell of a lot of time here, which I knew it would. I warned Ozbeast about this one. I'm sure he was like, oh hell, what's he gonna do? But I warned him that this was gonna be painful. this gonna take a while. But this is something I've been wanting to do. I didn't want to do it like this, but this is the way it needed to be done. Just the way I could do it. So, I'm gonna do it the way I can do it, and you can do it the way you want to do it, or the way you can do it, and that's fine too. This is the way I can do it. I can't get to Boston, so I'm gonna do it this way, and I think I've seen a lot of neat things. Gotten to tour an area that I never would have been able to tour, so this has been really neat for me. I live in the country, so all we have is trees and hawks, and just nothing. There's nothing out here, so this is just eye candy to me. Looking at this stuff, it's wonderful. Let me down. Sorry. It's just wonderful to look at this architecture. People live around this and they never even notice it. And I find, I get why they don't. I mean, I've lived in the city. I mean, I get it. You don't look around. You don't pay attention to it. It doesn't. Who cares? When you're there, you don't care. It doesn't. It's not important. It's not interesting. It's not. You'll go to I can't think of how many clubs I've gone to. In the city, and in buildings just like this, but never noticed the architecture, I mean, come on, you know, it's amazing what we've missed. I mean, I don't even know how many times I've probably walked on pavement light and didn't even notice it. I mean, I looking at it now, it's like, how in the world did I not notice that? But I mean, there's areas. There's a flat Earth asterisk. You're gonna see flat Earth asterisks in your freaking dreams. I'm dead serious about that. At some point, when you really start looking for the flat Earth asterisks, and I'm talking about everywhere in today's, you're gonna see it everywhere. You're gonna be watching TV and you're gonna see it. You're gonna see it in the background. You're gonna see it in clothing. They still use the symbol today in our face. They just, it's everywhere. And it'll get annoying. You'll see it so much. You'll be like, okay, this is ridiculous how much it's there. It's really like, it's almost like you'll get to a point where you realize they're fucking with you. You know, it's like, okay, yeah, I get it. Yeah, y'all are fucking with me now, because as much as you put it into designs, all around, you know, it's too much. It's like it's overkill. You know, it's like there's no way that it could be that there could be that many freaking flat Earth asterisks being used if it wasn't on purpose. Oh my goodness, I have gone somewhere. Where the hell did I just go? I need to be right here. Let me down. Let me get back here. Okay. So yeah, oh wow, that's old firehouse. Old firehouses are badass. Yeah, it's gonna start standing out to you at some point. A Phoenician wave, flat Earth asterisks right there. But I don't know. It's just something that I came to notice. And then talking to other people in the community, other researchers, they were seeing the same thing. They didn't call it what I called it, but they saw the same thing. So it was like, wow, that's cool. Martin Lika told me that he wrote about it in his book. I think his first book. So there's a flat Earth asterisk right there. Scrub Cartouche. But he said that he wrote about it in his, he didn't call it flat Earth asterisk. He pointed it out that it was I'm going from memory here, but he pointed out that he felt that it was a symbol for flat Earth, that it represented exactly what I said, that represents the flat plane, the north-south pole, and the torus field. So he didn't call it the flat Earth asterisk, but he did see the same thing I did. And we came to that conclusion separately. And that's really cool because, that's how really it works. It's like, a lot of people think that, if you study this stuff, you'll realize that the same ideas will happen all around the world at the same time. And that's just the way it works. The universe puts the idea out somehow, and different people pick up on it. And that's just the way the universe works. So when you think you're having an original idea, think again, because you might not be the only one. I mean, look, my mud flood theory. Okay, I've never heard anyone ever even remotely talk about the mud flood theory like I've talked about it. Okay. However, there could be some dude in China. Okay, I don't speak Chinese, but there could be some dude in China that talks about the same exact theory as I do. It's possible. How would I know? I mean, I don't speak Chinese. I wouldn't pick up on that, but it's possible. Why not? but it will be obvious that, you know, it's not that I don't know, you could tell that it's not that these ideas aren't it's not like people are, you know, out there grabbing ideas and then stealing the ideas. They're literally having the same ideas at the same time around the world. It's just the way look, the universe puts out these thoughts into the universe, and once it's out there, if you're tuned in, you can tune right into it. I mean, you know, who's reading whose mind, you know? I don't know. It's very complicated. But no, as far as I know, my theory is original. Is it perfect? Probably not. I found the holes in it? Honestly, so far, no. Are there holes in it? Possibly. Still looking. You know, research doesn't happen in a day. Doesn't happen in a week. You know, it's going to take time. But so far, I've not had anyone come in with an idea that supersedes what I'm thinking, that I cannot find a way to deal with that. It's like, you know, some folks say, well, we don't have any hills here. Well, my theory covers that. You know, where are the hills? Flat Earth Asterisks. This is the library. Where is the hills at? Well, they were mud flooded. They flooded the hill, and the hills are flat now. Well, how do you know that? Well, I don't. That's the theory. Is it the hill was, you know, flattened? There's a wind catcher, that there was a hill and it was flattened. And I don't believe that most places you can't find a hill, but I think a lot of hills were flattened. I see absolutely zero, check that out, no problem with that at all. Zero problem. There's a swastika. I just have no problem with that part of the theory. Like that, I've got bigger concerns, like where you know, what was the actual weapon? Check out this horse shit, if you know what I mean. Very interesting. Very nice. That's very Moorish looking. I don't know. But yeah, that's my train of thought looking at that building. Good grief. That is incredible. No, anyways, I'm trying to get this theory worked out. You know, like where I know what my thought was. Where is what weapon was used? I mean, I know it wasn't a quote unquote cloudbuster. That's just okay. Look, here's the thing. In theory, I could get a cloudbuster today, and I could, in theory, recreate the Mudflood today. Okay, there are people that are building cloudbusters. There's Trinity Church. There are people that are building cloudbusters today. Okay, based off Wilhelm Reich's, you know, ideas, and they can bring clouds and make it rain, and they can get clouds to go away. So we have that technology today. So literally, I could, in theory, I could get a hold of a cloudbuster, and I could make it rain over a hill, and I could make the mud flow downwards, and I could mud flood something. So what I'm saying is, I'm not saying that a cloudbuster, quote unquote, is what was used. I don't think it was called a cloudbuster, but I believe there was some sort of weapon that was a rain manipulation, rain making device. And it worked in very similar fashion to a cloudbuster. And that they made it rain. And I believe you could recreate that today if you wanted. if you so desire to recreate that experiment, how did the mud flood happen? I think you could do it. I think that's possible. Now, I don't think right now that we have the technology to create a weaponized version that is as strong as what was used. I don't think our cloud busters that the people are making now are that strong. I think they're like well, let's get a little bit of rain here. I don't think that they're massive tsunami, rain clouds. I don't think they're microburst rain clouds, which I think we're talking like major freaking downpours. Okay. I'm not talking about a little rainstorm here. I'm not talking about a nice drizzle. I'm talking about, if you've ever seen a microburst, which I have, it comes down, and it comes down really hard. Okay. And that's what I'm talking about. But I think you could definitely do that today. It could be recreated. I really do believe that. Phoenician shells. And I believe, and we're going to see here, we got, okay, we did this one here. Let's see. We did this road here. We did this road here. We did this road here. We did this. We did this. We did this. This one. This one. This one. This one. This one. Oh, wait. And we did this one. And we did this one. And that is the Back Bay of Boston. And I'm going to check out the comments here, see if we got anything interesting. I got to figure out where I was. Oh, let's see, Kim Ray, where did people keep their horses anyway? Good question. The stables were kept in the lower portions of the buildings above, well, sometimes below ground level, but mainly above ground level on the first floor, the ground level floor, I should say, of the buildings. They had the stables in those buildings. And you can see some of those old stables in the Beacon Hill neighborhood. But if you I'm trying to think of a good example, but that's where they kept them. They did the same thing in New York. So they would have the stables in the city, within the city, and they would just be like a normal business. You had your butcher shop and your blacksmith shop and your candle shop and your horse stables, and they were all right there in a line, and they had many of them. They had many horse stables. Turbo cries bad modem. Oh, bad modern architecture is definitely not made to last through the next reset. Oh yeah, I mean, if you've ever seen a tornado hit a modern city, yeah. Morgan says, where indeed did they keep all the horses? Oh, okay. Well, I think I just answered that. And I think that's all the questions. Oz, do you have anything that you wanted to add there? I think I'm about out of stuff that I wanted to share with that. I think that's about the gist of it. I appreciate you guys hanging in there. I know that was painful. I'm tired and I'm ready to get on and get some rest. I appreciate you hanging in there with me, and I hope you learned a little something. I enjoyed your company, and Ozbeast, I appreciate you riding shotgun with me, and I hope you'll come back and next week we'll go back to the standard format, and we'll do the right thing and go back about our normal business. But we want to do something special this week, and we'll probably do this in different ways in the future, and go more focused on certain areas and try to get a little deeper into the mud. So I really appreciate you guys, and this Biggs out.
Say woof again! Say woof again!
I've got one that can see.
This is my kung fu, and it is strong.
See you later.